Basically my theme song now. Okay, we are back. Had a lot of fun yesterday, so I thought it would be time. Thought it would be good to do it again. Hopefully, get make some more progress. And our friend Claude here isn't gonna dick us around too. So yesterday we made a bit of a chess game, kind of fun. And I tried to do a little bit of research last night to see if anything like that exists. I found some similar stuff, but not the same, which is that's cool. And it broke. Wasting. All right. Hopefully that was only a mild problem. Jeez. It hasn't done that like at all, and then it does it 2 days in a row. Super weird. All good. Things are happening. We're not going anywhere. If it cuts out, we'll be back. Yes. Oh, okay. So our ISP has like a speed boost feature, and apparently it literally just ended, and so that's what that was. Hilarious. Oh, I'm just gonna get a fresh. Why not? All right. So we made this little chess game, and if I type in the right command, the chess game is currently broken. So we're gonna get Claude to fix that for one, and then we can demonstrate it actually working. Which would be nice. We could demonstrate it functioning. That's useful. Function is useful. Can I see the code in full? This is where Claude kept getting choked up yesterday. But mostly because apparently it doesn't even matter if you pay for it. You only get a certain number of questions per day. So they be... No. Server space is expensive, I guess. Only enough GPUs for a small village. Cool. Install the Python. Go for it. Super weird. God, which website's kind of... Later. Cool. So Claude has hopefully got our got it working. So we're going to Control A, delete, Control V, Control S. That is all the programming we're going to be doing, hopefully. It now works. And we move around, and then each turn a new piece spawns, and we now have to try and defend ourselves from these pieces. Each turn a piece is spawning, presumably. We can take this piece. Game over. So it's a game. It works. It has a win state. Well, it doesn't have a win state. It has a death state. It has a gameplay loop. Starts again. Pawn. Tells you where it's gonna be. So, you know, it's really cool. And I didn't code any of this. This is all me talking to an AI. The AI spitting out what we're doing. So there's a few things that I remember I wanted to fix yesterday. I did make some notes actually, didn't I? I made some notes. And I had some ideas as well about some stuff that we could add to the game that makes it even more, a little bit more unique. But we want to fix the pawns, and we've got to fix the insta kills, obviously. Because currently, because the pawn can move into that spot, it kills you and the game's over. And that's not how the game should work. The pawn should only be able to kill you in the spots where a pawn can kill you in chess, right? So that's fun. Pull apart a win. So we want to try and get rid of that death state of the pawns. And also we still were having some issues with like some pieces just spawning randomly. What is going on? That's super not cool. Really weird. Don't know about that. All right. Hopefully we're going to be stable from here on out. Because that's just weird. But the game is stable, which is good. Only one piece is moving per turn, which is cool. But what we were starting to implement was the ability for the piece to always be able to take. So if I moved into a spot, let's say I became a knight and I moved here, it should be game over. Yeah. So things like that. You've got to make sure that the player actually has consequences. Because we need consequence. We need to die when we expect to die. That's cool. Now, I want to make sure we're not having the weird bishop problem again. Okay. The pawns seem to be okay, but I think we are still having the weird invisible bishop problem. Whoa, it'd be cool if the points went down over time. That'd be kind of fun, right? Like sort of a race against the clock, but also not. That'd be a fun mode. Let's write that down. That's a cool mode. Points drain over time mode. Of course, with these things, you gotta watch out for scope creep. Gotta watch out for scope creep. But this is cool. So we're taking pieces, we're getting points. Not gonna die. There we go. What I haven't even done yet, I'm not even sure if I've tested this at all, is actually becoming all the different pieces. I haven't tested that at all. I was a queen and I died. Like, I just assumed it worked, but I didn't actually, like, make it work. Yeah. Keyboard might be useful at some point, but probably not. We need some points. Safe. Alright, I have lots of points now. So I can be a rook. That's fun. And I can be a bishop. Fun. And of course I can be a knight. And I can be I can't afford to be a queen. Ah! Put that on a t-shirt. that on a t-shirt. Sweet. So we've made some progress. Things are happening. The game works. So what we now need to do is we need to like just use language. Just gonna use plain English, and we're gonna describe to the AI how to create the behavior that we're looking for, right? And the behavior we're looking for is that we don't want pawns to be able to move forward if the space available, if the space in front of the pawn is the king or is the player, right? So then we say, hey, that works great, but the pawns are able to move forwards and take the player piece, move forwards and take the player piece when the player moves directly in front of the pawn. Pawns don't behave this way. Let's change the code so that let's update the pawn's valid moves code to reflect them being blocked by the player and taking the player and the ability to take the player like the rules of chess. Let's see what kind of information Claude has gleaned from that sentence. You're absolutely right. I apologize for overlooking that detail in the pawn's movement. Let's update the pawn's movement rules to accurately reflect chess rules. We'll modify the get possible moves method for pawns and adjust the get valid moves method in the board class to handle pawns captures correctly. Here's the updated class with corrected pawn movement. Alright, so let's get class piece. I'm going to try and do a bit more copy pasting today because I realized we could run out of generation. Silly. It's extremely silly, but we'll go with it. Yes. So we're going to take the class piece and we're going to update it. Like this is all the same. So we're going to copy that. And it returns. So we're just replacing this wholesale. Looks like the indentation is correct too. Alright. See if that works. Yep, it works. And then we're going to take the class board. Oop. Take the class board. Yep. Other methods remain the same. Def get valid moves. Move. Where's the get valid moves? Get possible moves. That's what we fixed before, is the piece and the get possible moves is here. We've got to fix the get valid moves. Now let's update the get valid moves method. Is there a get valid moves method? Get underscore valid. Get valid moves. There we go. So we're going to replace that. There we go. So here you can see here it's got the moving forward and the diagonal capture both built in. So that's cool. Let's get valid moves. And get valid moves. Nice. Cool. Maybe me installing that Python thing actually fixed that. That might be cool. So we've saved it. And we're going to run it. Bam. Now we're going to try and get taken by a pawn. That's going to be fun. And not get hit by a disappearing bishop. That. Like that. So we've got an issue with there. That's the next issue to fix. But I just wanted to start with the pawn issue first. Yeah, okay. It definitely seems like sometimes the piece isn't getting drawn. It's in a certain space. Because that appeared out of nowhere. Pawn. I'm going to do... Oh, it can't be a knight. Aha! The pawn took me diagonally. That works. Now, let's try again. Kill the bishop. Apparently there was two of them. Gotta fix that. Gotta take that now. Yep, and now I can move in front of the pawn. And it won't try to attack me there. I'm gonna kill the queen. Oh, the bishop got me. Wait. I'm gonna say cool, that worked. It seems like some pieces are appearing. Some pieces are forming without being drawn on screen, and they kill the player instantly on the next turn. It usually a bishop. And I'm going to paste that in. And we're going to see... Aha! This critical bug needs to be addressed. It seems that some pieces are being added to the game state but not properly rendered. Let's modify the code to ensure all pieces are drawn correctly. Add some debugging information. Here are the steps we'll take. Add a debug print statement in the spawn enemy method to track piece spawning. Modify the draw method of the board class to ensure all pieces are being drawn. The safety check and move enemies. Capturing the piece. Alright. In the spawn enemy method. Let's get the spawn enemy method. Spawn enemy, there it is. If self turn or count is greater than 2, return existing code all the way up to new piece. Oh. There we go. So it's just this last bit of code here, just adding the print section to it. Just so that we know what's going on. Oh, so there we go. I think if I do... No, we do need to do it here. That's fine. I'll just do it properly. Like... If I highlight like that, it should... Then we take that and we indent it. unindent that. Alright, does the game still run? It does. I didn't break it yet. Oh, what's this? Debug. Draw a red rectangle around the piece. Def draw. Def draw self win. Def draw. Modify the draw method of the board class. Piece class. Need the board. Def draw self win. Yep. If piece draw, and then we're just adding the debug code. Right. So we're just adding some debug code in. And then we're going to modify the move enemies. The rest of the method looks the same. Okay. Def move enemies self. Def move enemy self. Where's that? Def move enemy self. So first check if an enemy can capture a player. There's a continue. Valid moves. Only allow capture the player, return false. I mean, it's just here. Print F invisible. Else, print F invisible piece type prevented from capturing the player. Okay, cool. Give that a go. That doesn't look right. That needs. All needs to be. Boop. No. Not true. Right the first time. Oh. This needs to be. There we go. As does this. Yeah. Indent. Bam. Alright, hopefully that's fine. Nope, not fine. And we're still gonna do this. I'm just gonna tell it to show the code. Show the code in no. There'll be no disintegrations this time. It's chuffing along today. Like doing a good job. All right, looks like Claude is done. And the game crashed. Lovely. All right, we're gonna go there. I'm gonna see what the issue says. Line 72. This was supposed to be indented. we go. There we go. It's working. It's working. Did that message for nothing. Alright. Nothing's killed me yet. Okay. Where the heck did that come from? Got a red. Oh, and they've drawn a red square around it now. So we should now know where the pieces have spawned. Is that the plan? Yeah, there should be a piece on the board, but there's not. Well, I did say turn 2. Because this piece of code says turn 2, I believe. Turn. Turn. Oh. Lots of return. Here we go. Self turn count. Less than 2 return. The spawn enemy doesn't happen at all if it's turn count 2. So that's correct. What we want. And the pawn took me. Yay! Alright, so that is what we want. Got to fix this bishop issue. I like this little blue outline though, that's cool. Spawned at B77. At B7, B at 7-7 can capture player at 3-3. Here we go, we've got some debug now. So nothing happened. Happening on turn 2. I'm going to tell it what the debug code is. Here is the debug code. It looks like the pieces are spawning and taking their turn at the same time. Alright. Well, it wrote the debug code, so it should know how to read the debug code. You're correct. The issue is the enemy pieces are spawning and immediately getting a chance to move and potentially capture in the same turn. Let's modify the game logic to ensure a newly spawned piece doesn't move on the same turn they were created. That makes sense. Because we're waiting until turn 2 to spawn a piece, but the player's already taken their turn, right? Alright, here's how we can fix this. We can add a just spawn flag to the piece class. Set this flag when spawning a new piece. Skip movement for pieces that have just spawned. Reset the flag at the end of each turn. Here are the necessary changes. Whoa, that's a lot. That makes a lot of sense. So we can do that for sure. So let's find piece, class piece. Class piece, def init, self color piece. Spawn direction equals none. Existing code. Self just spawned equals 0. So we just put that at the end. Self just spawned equals false. So that happens after. And then we've got spawn enemy self. Spawn enemy self. We've got existing code, then we've got the new piece. We've got new piece code here. Spawn direction. New piece is equal to true. Self board. We'll just copy this. Ooh. And we're going to have to start a new chat, I think, with Claude because it's getting a little bit annoyed at us. Alright. Gotta indent that one. Here we go. So now we've got just spawn equals true. Print spawned. In the move enemies method, that was the spawn enemies method. In the move enemies method, skip movement for just spawn pieces. So in the def move enemies, if not self enemies true, for enemy and enemy, classic loop. So continue rest of this code. Now we've got the for enemy in self enemies return true aspect. So we've just got this last part here. So we just want to reset the spawn flag. Okay. For enemy and self enemies, row call enemy. Right at the end here. Checking code, debug print. That'll move. So we want for enemy and self enemy. Where is it? Rest of the movement logic. Movement logic. I think we're doing it right at the end here. Valid moves. I think we're going right here. Bam. And oh yeah, we can get rid of the return true part. And I think we're going to indent that. Boop. For enemy, yeah. Alright, let's save that. And load it. Alright, hopefully now, we're not going to get killed. Oh, buddy. Claude, buddy. What's going on here, mate? Spawned at Q77. Shoot at 77 can capture player at 3-3. It still happens. Why is it happening? Probably because of this. Maybe we are not finished. Now we've got the move player. Helps if you do all the code, right? Move player. Move player. Existing code. And we're just replacing the last one. I think like if it gives you the return true at the end, you're just replacing the last part of the code Game continues. Here we go. Self-move enemies. That's the bit that we want. We want that bit. Whoa. Game continues. Oh, I forgot. Alright. Game continues. Yeah, is it spawning 2 pieces? Alright. So there's clearly like something wrong with that, like that catch. But it seems... Hello, bot. How are we, bot? What do we do here? Let's ban them. Sweet. They did fix something, but it seems like 2 pieces are spawning at the same time now. Is that what is happening, or was the problem that the white pieces were taking 2 turns instead of 1 on 2? Let's find out. Does it know the logic? Thank you for the update. Seems like the issue might be related to the timing of enemy spawns or moves. Yeah, because it looks like we're getting 2 debugs now. We'll modify the code to print out the state of the board after each significant action. Helps us understand. Oh, geez. Yeah. Let's see the code in full. Process model for daily tasks. Oh, okay. Maybe we can drop down to different models. Making tokens, baby. Because this is only debugging it. I'm gonna have to do it again. Alright. Board is done. We're going to Control A. Control Delete, Control V, S, and run it. And it's broken. And undo that. Do that again. Maybe we just back this up. I mean, let's back it up. Yes. Claude.py. Take all this, paste it in Claude, save it, close it. I mean, I kind of wanted to fix the problem before Claude sort of like wants to time out and get all weird. But I wanted to like fix this issue and then reset the chat. Copy. So what is it doing? Is it pasting indentation? The same to me. Why isn't it loading? Oh, it hit the maximum length, that's why. So we are going to have to do the other method now. That makes sense. I thought that was weird. Yeah, so Claude can't actually spit out all of our code in one go anymore. It's a big boy now. The code is, not Claude. Alright, so we get to the board class. Keep all of that, and then we take print the existing methods. All these methods here. I believe that's what that means. We're going to create a new method at the end of all the methods. Is that right? Class board. Anything that's in this line here. I think we just go from here. Oop. This is a new method for class board. And it's going to be called print board state. We've seen this before. Copy. Paste. And we do that. Do that. Take this lot. Send it. Okay. Got print board state. Then we're going to take so we've got def move player now. This isn't programming skills, this is copy and pasting skills. Def move player is essentially programming skills. We're going to take all the existing code, and then at the end we're going to take print after player move, return true. Oh, okay. If game continues, Self-print board state. Game continue. We've got all the existing code. I would have thought I would just take this bit. Game continues, then return count to self-spawn enemy. So we're just adding these print commands in here. Game continues. Print board state. Game continues equals self-move enemy. What's that? Game continues self-move enemies. Okay, cool. So we're just going to paste it in here. That makes sense, right? That's under the if. It's all in there. Tidy it up a little bit and go there. And game continues, print self if. Game continues, return. So save that in a second. The spawn enemy method. Hello, sir. Yeah, right. I don't know what kind of games Claude likes actually. Might have to ask it. Currently, it's not quite so advanced as Thermonuclear Annihilation. It's simply Chess Survivor. So we've got. I did the printing stuff. Return true. Now we're just gonna get the spawn enemy code. How we doing, by the way? How's your night or day? Def spawn enemy self. Def spawn enemy self. Return. Yep. Blah blah blah. And then we're just gonna put this print F at the start of the whole method. Themes. Attempting to spawn. So it's just adding its own little printables in here. Just so it knows what it's doing when I give it the debug code. With these changes, we'll get a detailed view of the board state. Yes, we will. Hopefully. Awesome. So now we should see anytime we make a move, whoop, we're going to get a full board state. Enemy 0, turn count 1. I mean, we could just make the whole game in ASCII, but where's the fun in that? Here we go. It did spawn two enemies. Interesting. Yeah, so that's the first enemy, that's the second enemy. If we just send... we send it the whole thing. Cool. So this is what's... it's good for like the debug stuff because then that sort of gives the chatbot the ability to see what's happening on screen with all the debug code. But it would be good if like it could just, you know, do it originally. Thank you for providing the detailed output. Now I can see exactly what's happening. Here's the analysis of the issue. On turn 1, the player moves and no enemies spawn, which is correct. On turn 2, the player moved to 5 and the enemy rook spawns at 0-0. The enemy rook immediately moves to 5, getting very close to the player. After this, another enemy knight spawns. Main issues are 2 enemies are spawning on the same turn in turn 2. The spawned enemy, the rook, is moving on the same turn that it spawns. To fix these issues, we need to make the following changes. Ensure only 1 enemy spawns per turn. Prevent newly spawned enemies from moving on the same turn that they spawn. Here's the modification. I feel like we're just spiraling a little bit here, but let's see where this leads. So we've got move player. We've got if row, blah blah blah, existing code. Self print board state. That. Self print board state. So we've got that there. After player move, game continues. After enemy moves. After enemy moves, self print board state again. If the game continues and self turn count is less than 2, spawn enemy. Print after spawning enemy. So we're doing this now. Okay. This looks like the whole method. No, it's not. There's 1, 2, 3 print. Yeah. So realistically, we just need this bit. Hey, how are we doing? World of Football. Alright, if game continues after spawning enemy, self-print board state. So we're going to insert this piece of code there. That. Just for fun, we're going to space it out. Make it look all pretty. We want it to look pretty. So we've got that. And then in the move enemies method, skip movement for just spawned pieces. So that's what we need to do. Move enemies segment. Method, because we're in Python. Put enemy and self enemies. Roll call enemy, piece, self board. Piece is none. Currently got print warning enemy row column is none debug. That's okay. Rest of the checking logic. Now we've got move only one enemy piece. This seems like a band-aid to me. Rest of the checking logic. Move only one enemy piece. Movable enemies. Enemy for enemy and self enemy that's not self. Board enemy, enemy just spawned. That's really complicated way of doing that. I liked the flag way that it did it the first time. But, you know, we'll see how that goes. Okay, if the piece is none or just spawn. Where's that? So we've got the rest of the checking logic. For enemy enemies. Da, 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 da. Piece is none. If self. If piece image. If piece is none. Or piece just spawn. I think I am updating this bit, so let's take that. Def, oh god, okay. Def move enemies or self. Turn true. Yeah, we've got that bit. For enemy and self enemies, row call equals enemy, piece equals self board row call. If piece is none or piece just spawned, continue. So we're adding that section. That's the only line that we're adding. If peace is none or just spawn. Losing that flag. There we go. So we've got that part. Then all of that comes out, and then only move one piece. That for the true part. But do you guys play chess at all? Do you guys know much about chess? Because I don't think I can find a game that plays like this yet. I've seen something similar, but you were sort of like crafting an army. But this, as far as I'm aware, actually is kind of unique. No, I want all of this, don't I? Rest of the checking logic, and then I want... Claude's being a little bit annoying to work with right now. Movable enemies. Enemy and enemy. If movable enemies. Doom, 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 doom. Yeah, I know of them. I've never played Shogi. Is that Taffy? No, I haven't played that either. No. So the return true is in line, yes. Alright, everything seems fine there. Now we've got the spawn enemy. Just gotta update this code. When the code was like shorter, Claude could spit it all out in one go. And so I would just like literally Control A, Control V, and it was like all good. Now that the code's gotten longer, I have to like paste it in manually, so it's slowing down the fun a little bit. Sure, only one enemy spawns. We've got the spawn enemy, self-turn count. We've got the print F, we've got the existing code. Attempting to spawn an enemy on turn. The spawn location is none. Where's that? Spawn location equals none. If spawn location equals none, no free space to spawn. This is good. This is a good bit of code actually. If spawn location is none, print no free space to spawn and then return. So we like that. That's cool. So that's good. A good bit of code. Existing code to create a new piece. So we're just scrolling through all of that. And then the last section, print spawn piece at location. Oh, I had that in twice. Haha. And then return. Oh. Is that what's happened? The one, I think that's in there twice. Is why we were getting that debug in there. Secondly, I think we need a return here. There we go. Just to match it to its code. Let's do that. Is that it? These changes should resolve the issues. Let's find out, shall we? Still running. Ooh, oh. Yeah, I think I've heard of that one. What's it called? Sorry, my screen is fine. Nordic chess. Oh, cool. It is sort of like, it is a little bit like this then, how it's like a siege. That's a cool, like, yeah, that's a cool variant for sure. This is sort of like every turn a new piece spawns, right? Find out. See, it's still spawning 2 pieces. That is really frustrating. I feel like the code is just getting worse. Attempting to spawn enemy on 2. Spawned N at 7-7. After spawning enemy, current board status. Yeah, it spawned 2. Yeah, cool. No, I like that. Kind of fun. I can't even really remember. It just like hit me the other day. I was like, yeah, I'd be like, yeah, it'd be really cool if like you could make like a chess game that's like a survival game, but like not like Vampire Survivors where it's like auto attacking. Like I wanted it to be like you still need the strategy. It's still spawning 2 freaking enemies now. And I'm getting annoyed that we're still stuck on the same problem. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna start a brand new chat. We're gonna start a new project actually. New project. Chess game 2. Discovery project. This is a chess-like game with survival gameplay. There we go. So yeah, we were messing around with this yesterday, and it was a lot of fun. Like we were getting some cool interactions happening. So I'm gonna add the content. I can actually just do it as this. Whoop. There's the images, by the way. Very rough. We're gonna go with chess. Hey, this is my chess-like game with cool new survival abilities, but I'm having a problem where 2 white pieces spawn on turn 2 instead of just 1. And we're going to send it, and then Claude's going to read our code and work out what it's gleaned from it. And it's going to say, oh, you're having an issue with your chess-like game. Let's have a look. Spawning the enemy is handled by spawn enemy method in the board class. Method is called in 2 places within the move player method. Here we go. Do I have a store? No. So someone's asked on Twitch, do I have a store with my clothes on it? No. We just got these made for the like expos and stuff we've been going and demonstrating the games. Got an interview somewhere. Where would that be? Posted it on LinkedIn, didn't I? We're going to my LinkedIn. So we just used a company called Vistaprint to view profile to make these up for when we demonstrate the game. You see here, I'm wearing like Pedal Rebel t-shirt and hat. We've got banners, stickers as well, and we've got some business cards. They're pretty cool. So nothing's on sale. Got these cool little stickers made up. And business cards. These are like the 2 different business cards that there we go. But yeah, so we just got those done just so we could like show them off to people at the conventions. And then this hat I got made because, you know, it gets hot while we're showing off the game, so need a hat. And then I got it. Then I like sort of fixed the embroidery a little bit on it and make it look better. But it's just cool. It's cool to wear, and some people ask about it, and then it's an excuse to talk about it, right? So it's telling us here. Let's do a smidgen of programming. Let's do like a little bit of it. Yeah, I was thinking about motorbike stuff. The hat wasn't too bad, and we got 3 t-shirts made up. So yeah, it can be a little bit more expensive. Depends on where you go. Mr. Pint was pretty good, and then with the business cards, we ordered them in bulk, so that wasn't too bad. Yeah, but the business cards and stuff we order in bulk, and then we use them for multiple events. So yeah, I think motorcycle gear would be really cool. I've got a leather jacket that I kind of want to put a big patch on the back of. I think that would be cool. Like a really big patch that's like Pedal Rebel VR. Much like he probably won't be able to see it properly. Get right. He is wearing the logo on the back of his jacket. It's kind of cool. But yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to some cooler merch, because we are looking at for the game. We're actually going to do like leg straps. So if you look at the AMVR Quest grips, I guess you could call them. If you look at these controller grips, these are pretty much just like a rubber. So we've got them here. This is what we've been using for the Quest 2 at least, to have it on. Yeah, patches would be cool too. Yeah. No, I'm super keen to do patches. But for these controller straps, we're gonna have to design ones where you can replace the strap on it, because these AMVR ones, they wear out, and because we demonstrate to so many people, they wear out pretty quickly. So we're gonna make our own. And then we're going to put the 3D printable plans just up on the internet. So anyone can just print them if they have a printer, or if they know a guy, or like if they have a local printing house to like minimize shipping and stuff, or they can order them from like a 3D printing house. But maybe we do a deal with AMVR or Kiwi or something at some point. We'll find out. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So like, yeah, definitely I want to do patches at some point, because that'll just look super cool. And because like people like to sell patches at different like cons as well, like for cosplay and stuff. But it was funny, we I don't have any of the other stickers with me, but when we had some of the kids come up, we would offer them 2 stickers, or like a choice of 2 stickers. One was the Pedal Rebel logo. Yeah, I'm streaming on Twitch as well. Sorry, it's Twitch and YouTube. And then we gave them a choice of stickers. One was just the logo, and one was the little toaster face icon. And quite a few of the kids actually picked the logo over the cute icon, which I thought was hilarious. So it was cool. So that was fun. A little bit of testing that we got done. Like, we try to find little ways of sort of gauging audience reactions to things while we're demonstrating the game. So it's pretty cool. Yeah. I'm trying to
trying to incentivize Twitch a little bit right now because I'm trying to make affiliate. So I want to keep my views above 3 on average. It's going to take a month or so for it to really like start ticking over. But yeah, I'll stream on YouTube as well because some people prefer to watch on YouTube. It's a little bit easier on the old internet as well. So go figure. We've got 4 people on YouTube and 2 on Twitch currently. Let's do a little bit of programming because I think it's identified that we've actually done this twice by accident. So what has it done? If self, after the players move, handled by the spawn enemy in the board class, this method is called in 2 places within the move player method. Here we go. The spawn enemy is currently happening twice, so this might even be a my bad. Then the move player clause, we've got print, we've got self spawn enemy, and it's there too. If okay, game continues and oh, here we go. So that's right. This double call to spawn enemy on the same turn is likely the cause of the issue. On turn 2, both these conditions will be the same, resulting in yeah. So that's Claude doing that. I'm louder on Twitch somehow. Oh, that's interesting. It's the same OBS. Yeah, like the weird thing is that Twitch is like when you don't have affiliate, they don't give you much like sort of server processing at all. So on Twitch, they're pretty much just spitting out the raw video, whatever that I'm sending at like the same feed. And then on YouTube, they still do a bit of encoding. So yeah, and that's one of the reasons why you want to get on affiliate is so that your videos can be encoded and therefore people can stream it at a lower resolution than full. So yeah, interesting. But I think we have identified that there are a few differences. But yeah, I can turn the music down a little bit if that's useful. And maybe my voice a little bit. But yeah, it's super interesting. Oh, maybe it's okay. Weird. I had my OBS crash like twice while starting the stream, so that's a bit weird. That doesn't happen usually, and it happened yesterday as well, so a bit odd. Yeah. So I think this might be like a result of Claude like generating the code twice, maybe. Sort of did this. Pick this, you should only call spawn enemy once per turn. Here's a suggested modification to the move player method. So self turn count. So we've got the existing code for moving the player. Move player. Self turn count +1. So we'll start here, I think. So we've got self turn, and then we've got if player type is not king. Change player piece. If we've got change player piece, then what? Get rid of this. Game continues, and then we use that other piece of code, I guess. And it's okay, cool. Let's just modify it without actually removing the debug code. Yeah. Let's do that. Then we've got the piece, and we've got game continues. We're still doing the debug though. And then we've got game continues, if game continues, and both of these conditions are true, you can spawn one enemy, then debug it, then the rest of the method. Cool. So that looks like the solve. Hello, sir. How are we? We are making a chess game using AI. I did modify the code just a little bit there, but for the most part, all of this text was written by AI. I've merely pasted it in and pasted in the modifications that it's directed me to make. And I've just explained how I wanted the game to work to the AI, and it works. I'm actually not an amazing chess player. I played a lot as a kid, and I haven't played in a long time. But this game sort of has like a fun mechanic to it, right? Let me know if you've seen anything like this before. Hopefully I'm not just ignorant. I feel like this is somewhat unique anyway. But a new player spawns each turn. A new piece spawns each turn, and you got to avoid them. You gain points with each turn, and every time you take a piece, you actually earn points. See if we can get in here. So if we take a pawn, whoop, then we get more points, right? And then we can use those points to become different chess pieces. So this was just like something that I thought would be fun. The AI should know how chess works. Seen on the highlight clicks something similar to the dots, but not all the time. Interesting. Yeah, oh totally. Like, oh, I got absolutely owned there. I didn't even see that. Yeah, so like it's interesting. Like some people do get hung up on the language. I feel like because yeah, no, I will take the dots off. This is like, it's more of a demonstrative thing for now. I just want to see visually how the board is filling up and if the game knows what valid points the enemies are allowed to go to and stuff like that. This is it's just the best way for me to see that the game is functioning how I want it to function. Then we can turn the dots off later. This is just for the experimental phase. What happened there? There are still some spawning issues. So we've got 1, 2. See, it's moving. The rook's moving twice. Here we go. It looks like we're having some pieces move multiple times in one turn. Yeah. So we'll be taking the dots off, but this is more of a experiment in like the way we sort of program, right? Because I've made this entire game just by talking to Claude and telling it what I want, and then it's made the modifications to the code. And in a way, like you're saying, you're learning C++, you're learning C#, and like so I've mostly coded in C# with my game. The actual game that I'm working on, this is just an experiment. And I think sometimes we do get a bit too hung up on the language. Like, of course, the language is important, and it is the way we interface with the computer. But the syntax and stuff, like for the most part, you can sort of learn the things that are the same across multiple languages. Blueprints is a little bit different, but you're still going to be saying if this and or whatever, right? Wait for a condition to be true and then do something. So there are all these things that are similar across all programming. And it seems very soon language isn't actually going to matter because the language you're going to be programming in is English, right? And that's sort of what I'm proving here as a point, is that we've just explained the game to the computer and it spat out code. The rook, that rook definitely moved twice, right? Attempting to spawn. Yeah, look, it's got after enemy moves, after spawning enemy, because the rook was there. The rook's definitely moved twice. Let's have a look. I see that's a different issue from what we initially thought, but it's good you've noticed the problem. Let's examine the code related to the enemy movement if you can identify why the pieces might be moving multiple times in one turn. Oh, PHP, yeah. Yeah, I've done a bit of Java, and I've done a bit of JavaScript. I was taught in Java at university. I have not done C++. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Yeah, right. Just similar to PHP in some ways, yeah. Yeah. But that's the thing. So like it's really about like the right language for the right purpose, right? So I feel like most programmers, if they are doing different things, they should be learning multiple languages anyway. But there's so much stuff, like it's really just you have to onboard it's almost like an accent, right? Like you just have to learn the way that language speaks, and what functions and stuff look like in that language. You're not really learning a whole new language every time, because the language you're learning is logic, right? Like you're learning how to step through a problem and compute the different outcomes. So yeah, like I said, this is sort of a way to embody that, of being like, okay, we have a problem. Looks like the pieces aren't moving. Can we explain that? Can we explain the intended behavior in English and have the computer then convert that into code for us? Because that is actually what's happening when we program in any language, right? Like we're programming in Python right now, but this is a higher level language. It's going to get encoded. It's going to get changed into computer code at some point anyway, machine code. So now it's funny that we can get the computer to speak in English for us and then spit out code. But yeah, it's fun, and it is interesting. You still need an understanding of the code in order to make sure that it's doing the right thing. But for the most part, I have been basically copy and pasting and then telling it that it did it wrong, and it's been fixing it. So that's kind of fun. And then there's the things you got to learn about the actual interfaces as well, right? Like Unity or Unreal, like they are different. Unfortunately, I'm just old, so I'm still not 100% comfortable with node-based interfaces yet. I've used Nuke. I'm using DaVinci now, so Fusion and other things like that. I'm still not 100%. I'm still not used to node-based stuff yet, but I'm just gonna have to get used to it, right? As with anything, the technology progresses, and at some point you got to adapt. Spawning of enemy pieces is handled by the spawn enemy. Let's see. The enemy is handled by the move enemies method. Let's break it down. First, it checks if the enemy can capture the player. No capture is possible. It selects an enemy to move based on distance. Enemy distance. Then it moves the chosen enemy. However, then there's this other section that moves an enemy piece. Aha! This last section is likely the cause of the problem. To fix this, you should remove that section. So we've got movable enemies. I feel like sometimes if we're asking the AI to do something, it like might get halfway through and then forget that it did it or not, and it's kind of done it twice. So we're looking for the move enemies. We're here, move enemies. And it might be the way I pasted it in as well. Who knows? Then they're saying there's a section here, movable enemies. Movable enemies. Move only one piece. Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, I think that's a good way of putting it, right? So he says here the more ways you know how to define something, the greater your understanding of logic and language in general. Yeah, that's a really good way to put it. I like that. And that's like also part of this, right? Like they like some people say that you really learn how to do something when you have to teach it. And so like I'm sort of teaching the AI what I want, but it's forcing me then to put my intent into words in a way that it can understand, that's not too complicated or convoluted. But in a way, I'm sort of stress testing it as well by trying to add lots of things into a single prompt, and it's done a pretty decent job. Like it has been getting my intent across for sure. So saying this movable enemies section of code here. Movable enemies. Select. Okay. Select and move another enemy. However, there's this other section that moves an enemy piece. This last section is likely the cause of the problem. It's moving a second enemy piece in the same turn. Which explains why you're seeing multiple pieces move in one turn. To fix this, you should remove this last section. The method should only move one enemy per turn. This is how you should modify it. So, the code should look like this. Def move enemies. Not true, whatever. Check for the existing code. Yep, existing check code. Then we've got the... Where's the move one enemy part? Movable... Valid moves. And we've got if movable enemies. Here we go. Oh, movable enemies. There we go. Is it just saying that one line needs to be removed? Look at that. Move only one enemy. It's saying that one line needs to be removed. Interesting. Wait, no, it's not. Idiot. So that's there. Movable enemies. And it's got if, movable enemies, enemy distance, sort of. Then we've got piece, valid. We've got the if, and then return true. Reset just spawn flag for all pieces. Oh, there we go. So it's added this part of code here. Or enemy in self enemies. Okay, well let's add that at the end. See what it does. I'm still curious of what it meant there. Here we go. C# looks promising, almost because I saw one thing not intuitive. Like with shortening if A is equal to B, A is equal to C, A is equal to D. C# doesn't support any good way to short it like that, like most languages do. In Python, I don't like the ternary operator. Yeah, someone brought that up yesterday, actually. But Python had earlier some good features too. Yeah. But again, like, what's funny is that the reason you prefer those things is because they're like less characters to type, right? It's funny, I'm not typing any characters. So it's interesting. And then like you're always going to have those preferences, because that's like, in a weird way, when you learn a programming language, it's sort of programming you, right? In that same way that Dr. Hit was saying over on YouTube, he was saying that it's about the number of ways you can define something and your understanding of that logic, right? And then when you, yeah, readability for sure. But that's what I'm saying. You've learnt to read it in that way. So the language has programmed you in a way, right? So like same thing. Like I've just been using C# so much that like I like to see things in C#. And Java was such an annoying thing for me, because you've got your public static main string args, all that stuff like all the time, and that's just distracting for me while I'm trying to read it, right? Well, Yeah. Have you been on what's his name? The Prime. What's his name? The other programming guy on Twitch. Anyway, I think he uses Rust on some of his projects. But I think you have to, right? That like it sounds like Rust is like the new web platform you have to use. Yeah. So it was telling us here that this was the code here. This movable enemies line was the Primogen. Yeah, that's the one. It's saying that this and movable enemies equals enemy in self enemies, if not self board enemy just spawned. Right? We're saying that was this other section that moves an enemy piece. This last section is likely the cause of the problem. It's moving a second piece in the same turn, which explains it. If movable enemy distances move only one enemy. Let's copy paste this whole section. See what that does. Because there might be something in those weird loops that it's like changed and I just can't really read it because I didn't write it. What was that? Oh, you had a hidden file. Interesting. You're doing some troubleshooting, it seems. Aren't we all? This modification ensures that only one enemy moves per turn, and it prioritizes moving enemies that are closer to the player. It also maintains the logic to prevent newly spawned pieces from moving immediately. Would you like me to explain anything else? No. I just want to see it work for now. Let's have a look. So no enemy in turn 1. One enemy in turn 2. That's good to see. That's working. 2 enemies in turn 2, and it looks like only one enemy moved. Excuse me? What happened there? We had there's a bishop here. The knight was here, look. Oh, yes, the old hidden file. So wait, that's not a valid move. How did the knight move there? Got a knight, and the knight didn't move because the other knight moved. I took that knight. Oh, this is weird. Now I can imagine the. Did I actually take that knight or not? Yeah, that's what happened. The knight was just better, and I should get good, right? Because here's the weird thing, right? Like we keep looking at this as a chessboard. The AI's only sort of made this chess. This isn't chess yet, so we have to debug it. And that's that like hard part that I have to keep like reminding myself too, is that this game isn't playing, this computer isn't playing chess yet. It's moving pieces around. It knows where those pieces are allowed to move and where they're not allowed to move. But it's not playing chess yet. It doesn't know what it doesn't know where I'm likely to go next. It doesn't know where's the best move to put itself into in order to take me next or anything like that. It just knows if a piece can take me, it needs to. And if not, the closest piece to the player should move closer to the player. That's all that's happening right now. But we just got to debug these edge cases to make sure that at least the core logic is working first. So that spawned a new piece. but it is working. One of the cool ideas I've got is that like it'd be cool if maybe the board gets bigger as you go. Yeah. Yeah. And we say AI there. It's not AI, is it? Like a chess AI, all it does is checks every possible piece, every possible move, and checks the outcome, and then picks the most favorable outcome. Right? It's computing the next move. It's not an AI. It's an algorithm for sure. Yeah. Bam. What happened there? I wasn't paying attention. Queen. Yeah. Well, then that's like more moves ahead or whatever, right? I'm pretty sure the queen just did an illegal move. If I was there. Am I right? There's still definitely some funkiness going on. I did want to implement. I implemented before like a last move indicator. I wonder if Claude is up for the challenge now, because it screwed it up last time. I don't know why I keep closing the. I don't know why I keep closing the command. We got to come up with a name for this. I've sort of been throwing some names around, like Chess Arena, or unfortunately, Chess Survivors is already taken. It's a bit unfortunate, and it's not even a good game that took it either. But if I close that, yeah, no, that doesn't close the command. But what was that? That was so weird. I feel like the rook is still moving twice. Yeah, that's definitely moving twice. Here is the code now. I am still seeing some pieces moving wide. Let's see if we can do it. Whoa. It's just funny, like, I was laughing that I put the chess tag in Twitch, and like there's been more viewers like popping in and out. It's like chess is so huge right now, and it's like funny. It's not like it's a new game, right? Thanks for the updated code. After reviewing it, I can see why pieces are still moving twice. The issue is in the move enemies method. Let's break it down and fix it. Show me the move enemies method in full. Method code in full. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I like jumping in to the software and game development tab for sure, and see like what are people working on, how are they working on it. It's kind of cool. All right, so this should be the move enemies self code here. Move enemies self. So if we grab all of this, invisible piece. Really annoying. Be a thing. I was getting these weird things before where it looked like there were just invisible pieces coming to get me. Turn 1, but I think it was still the same issue, right? Where they're moving twice. Probably was still the same issue. All right, we return true. So we save that and see if it runs, which it does. All right, one piece turn 2, 2 pieces turn 3, etc., etc., etc. And I'm not dead yet, and there's already 3 rooks on the board, so I think we fixed it. By we, you know who I mean. Oh, a lot of rooks. And then, so we've also got like the probabilities of pieces that I think I might tweak. It's been relatively random. I think queens should be pretty low. Yep, I did all the work. What do we got? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 pieces. And it's turn 14. That's cool. 15, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Cool. All right. Well, the board's filling up pretty quick. Good to see. But it's just because I'm staying next to this horse. It's only the horse that's moving. I don't know about that code, right? Now we've got a bishop in play. That's fine, because all that was spawning were pawns. What? I just made a challenge for this safety layers of AI limbs. Oh, and like LLMs, yeah, large language models. I just made a challenge for this safety. For this safety layers of AI, yeah. It is really interesting seeing how they react to certain things. So now that we've got a bishop in play, the bishop is cutting off the board more. But yeah, having a horse as having a knight as like the closest piece. They're all stacking up, but they're okay. Still safe. Interesting. Oh, okay. I'm still technically okay here, right? Because these dots aren't properly rendered either. I can still go. Oh, there was a bishop there, but they render all the way to the other end of the board. They're not stopping for like blocked pieces and stuff. Do I want to try it? Do I want to make a challenge? Or do I want to try a challenge for the safety layers of AI? Oh, is this like a jailbreak? We could try that. I just got the pro version of Claude yesterday because we ran out of stuff. I'd be interested in like, I don't know, like trying GPT or something like that. I've seen some of those jailbreaks. They're pretty interesting. So we've fixed the game. Currently it's fixed. So I like that. Let's save the code into Chess Claude. We've fixed it. But also, now that we've fixed it, we've also like found like another error for it, right? That if you just stay next to a knight, it yeah, it's just gonna kind of jump around you and never be able to capture you. So let's find out if the AI has a solution for it, right? So I just played a game then where a knight was the closest piece to the player,
and I just followed it each turn, and it was unable to move into a position to take me. This could be a real this could be exploited by the player to essentially not lose the game. How could we fix this? Yeah, so that's why I'm wondering that, like, using having only the closest piece to the player moving towards the player isn't a good algorithm, right? Like that, especially for a knight, because you can always dodge a single knight. And then if you stay right next to the knight, none of the other pieces are ever going to move. So yeah, let's see what Claude has like logicked first, and then if it's not the right solution, we'll kind of continue to iterate. I understand your concern. You've identified a potential exploit where a player could indefinitely avoid capture by staying just out of reach of a knight. This is a good observation and highlights a need for more dynamic enemy behavior. There we go. Yeah. It could use all of the pieces, right? But I'm just wondering, like, because this is more of like a survival game, I kind of wanted to have that like wave-based behavior. And then, like, if we were potentially going to make the board bigger later, then we would have to limit all the pieces to 8 squares of movement or something. We're just playing around with it and seeing what kind of behavior we can get out of it. But yeah, because I've already got... We did talk to Claude yesterday about if a piece can take the king, it has to. And then if no piece can take the king, then you take the closest piece to the king and move it towards the king. So I wonder if we can, if we explain to Claude that maybe the knight needs to move into a position where its next move would be able to take the king, that would, I guess, would slowly force it to do so. But maybe we need to add some variants in there that'll be like, maybe we need to move a piece in to protect the knight. That could be the next one, right? Like if we had if a piece on the board has the ability to move into position to protect the knight from being taken by the king, we could do that, right? So let's see what Claude has got anyway. What's their solution? I understand your concern. Let's modify the strategy. Introduce randomness in enemy selection. Yeah, so that was one of the thoughts that I had. That means the algorithm should use the best possible movement on different level. Imagine, yeah, okay. So level 1, the algorithm would be dumb. Just move somewhere nonsense. The second, better. Yeah. And I think that's gonna happen kind of by itself in a way, because there's gonna be more pieces on the board. So it already like limits your movement significantly. But yeah, we could do a wave-based one as well, right? Where it's like not... Where the AI is just, not smart initially, or it's just not aggressive, right? It's just moving towards you, but it's not aggressive. And then as you start killing more and more pieces, or as your score goes up, it then decides to start trying to cut you off. So Claude's decided we could add randomness into enemy selection, allow for different movement strategies based on piece type, and implement a closing in behavior of all pieces. Here's an updated version of move enemies method that incorporates these ideas. Oh my god. Cool. What has it done? It hasn't explained itself. It's like says here's some ideas. So these changes do the following. Add randomness to enemy selection so that it's not always the closest piece that moves. Implement a special strategy for knights that balances getting closer to the player with some unpredictability. That's cool. For other pieces, implement a closing in strategy that prefers diagonal moves where possible, making it harder for the player to stay just out of reach. This should make the enemy behavior more dynamic and harder to exploit. The knight will now have a chance to move, even if it's not the closest piece. And when it does move, it won't always choose the move that gets closest to the player. You may need to fine-tune the random factors and strategies based on playtesting. If you find the game becomes too difficult, you can adjust the randomness or the aggressiveness of the closing in behavior. Hey, that's a pretty cool thing. I am happy with that. Oh, cool. We've got multiple methods here now. And it seems like that's got a return, right? Return min. Closing in strategy, knight strategy. This is cool code. Like, this is impressive. If and else return. That's a complete method. Yeah, that's a complete method. Alright, I can just copy that wholesale, it looks like. The def move enemies is a complete method. I can just copy that. So we take change player piece, print spawn enemy, move enemies, yes. So we've got that. And we're now going to paste all of that in its place. Move enemy. So we can indent that. Or select enemy to move. Yep. And we're going to indent all of this as well. Whoop. Sweet. Do you think that's going to just work like outright without changing anything? Let's find out. Got a rook. Rook's coming for me straight away. And that was the thing. That was a pretty rare game where the knight was the first thing to spawn and then everything was sort of just hanging out. Because I can just take this rook. Like, I just want to see what it does. Because I can always stay on a diagonal with the rook. Ah, yes. That's what I wanted to check. Cool. Sweet. That seemed to work. I have, however, noticed that the white pieces do not take the white pieces can move through other pieces on the board to take the player's piece. We need to add a check for knights and
knights, bishops, and knights, bishops, rooks, and queens to check if the path to the player is clear. Let's also update the valid move indicator dots to reflect this also. It's like not the best English in the world, and I'm wondering if it understands me. These are the types of things that I would kind of avoid doing as a programmer, because my math and like loop skills aren't that good. That like I'm gonna be like, yeah, if I for I in I this and then that and then this, I can check every spot on the board and whatever. So they are some pretty complicated algorithms. Yes, you're absolutely right. We need to implement path checking for the pieces that move in straight lines, rooks, bishops, and queens, and ensure that knights can't jump over pieces to capture the player. What? No, we want the knights to be able to do that. Yeah, exactly. It's just there to piss us off, right? But the thing is that it's so much easier to explain it using English than it is in an iterating loop over an array of arrays, looking for a pattern or looking for an allocated space and then iterating back through to find its origin. Like, it's way easier to explain that in English. And so if we can just do that from now on, I would that's good for me. Now I don't think it understood me properly here. And ensure that knights can't jump over pieces, capture the player. Let's quickly edit that. Can I edit that? Wait, that seemed to work. However, I've noticed that the white pieces can move through other pieces on the board to take the player's piece. We need to add a check for... why did I write knights there? We need to add a check for bishops, rooks, and queens. Bishops, rooks, and queens. Check if the path to the player is clear. Let's also update the valid move indicator dots to reflect this. I don't know why I had knights. It might have thought that I didn't want the knights to be able to jump over pieces, which I do. Knights still need to be able to jump over. You're absolutely right. We need to implement path checking for bishops, rooks, and queens to ensure they can't move through other pieces. Let's update the valid moves method to include this check, and we'll update the move indicators accordingly. That's great English. First, let's add a helper method to check if the path is clear. I guess that's just a method, right? That can go anywhere. Get row from mouse. Really, this method can go anywhere, right? I don't think it needs, because it's not in the loop. That's my understanding. Be fine. Make this wider. Look at that. Alright, so we've got the helper method in. Let's see if that breaks anything. Didn't break anything. Nope. Now let's update get valid moves method. That looks like it's the whole method. So we can just copy that. Get valid moves. Draw, draw, draw. Get possible moves. Is there a get valid moves? I think there is, right? Move enemies. Spawn enemy. Change player. Get valid moves. There we go. Earn valid moves. Boop. Boop. Simple as that. Well, simple as that. Oh my god, what's going on here? I've been using the wrong freaking thing again. That burned me the other day. That freaking burned me. Let's see the... Can't do the code in full anymore, can it? Bugger. Well, Chess Claude is working, so let's assume it's working. Attribute error board, objective has no attribute path is clear. Okay, cool. I'm believing that that's working. And I'm just going to take chess and I'm going to paste it. Idiot. Like, don't look up here because my monitor is so big. Let's take Chess Claude. Paste it into chess. Get rid of that. Alright. We did the get valid moves. We've done those two steps. Now we need to update the draw method. Draw enemy moves. Copy. Now let's update the draw method in the board. Draw. And the draw enemy moves. Draw. All that needs to be indented. Boop. Alright, we have Pygame. Is it gonna break? Boop. Boop. It broke. Now, is this something I didn't do before? It's like, show me the code in full. Separate it into in full, but one method at a time. In separate windows. So we've got path is clear method. That's not what? Show me the code in full. Show me the whole program in full, but
separate each section into its own window. This is like a hacky way to try and get it to spit out the full code again. Ugh. Gonna run out of generation as well. Really cranking. Yeah, and it hit its response limit. Oh, and now it's gonna start to chug. All right, let's give this a go. Obviously that hasn't changed. Load image. Hasn't changed. Pieces. Last piece. Hasn't changed. Board. All the way down to the end of draw enemy moves. Board. Yep. Draw enemy moves. Got that. Then we've got the move player method. All the way down to return true. Paste. Home. What? Now what have I done? I'm bored. Now we're going to get move player. Do that. We got there move player. Closing in strategy. Is that twice or something? Move player. Def move enemy. Move player. Closing in. Def move player. If def move enemy. Closing in strategy, yep. Now we've got spawn enemy. Does move enemies in... Oh jeez. Move player. Move enemy. Where spawn enemy is definitely the next part. Yeah. Jeez, alright. We've got the spawn enemy code. Guess we'll copy that. And it goes all the way to the end of change player piece. And we'll paste that. Def spawn enemy. Yep. Now let's get valid moves. Excuse me, what does that move? Else if piece. Oh, that's where. Okay, cool. Show me the code in sections from get valid moves down. Get the other half of the program now. All right, is Claude finished doing its homework? Do we need to check its work? What has it done now? Okay, cool. We've got what? What has it done? Cool. Valid moves. Get valid moves is this section. Get valid moves. Def is if path is clear. Yeah, we want that. Def get valid moves. Paste. We like that. And then we want def get board state. Board state. What? What did I just do? Def path is clear. Okay, yeah. Def get board state. Yep. Same. Get row from mouse. Or board. Same. Main game loop. What? And we've got path is clear again. I'll just delete that then. Silly business. Yep. And then we take the main section. And that ends at the end of the program. Wait, alright. We're basically there. Now, there better not be any errors. I'll be very annoyed if there is. Game over. Game over, man. We did it.
So there's 2 rooks taking up all the spots. I want to see if I can get this. Yes. All right. So the horse is blocking the valid moves now. So that's all updated and working. Sick. Now we're gonna try and entice a piece to try and take us from behind another piece. And it can't. So that worked, I think. If I change into a rook, I can't. Can't change into a... Bam, it got me. Okay. So now we've pretty much got all the rules of and logic of chess in the game now. It is essentially working. And it's displaying the pieces, like the moves, accurately now, which is cool. And so, like, there's some kind of weird algorithm now that does the... Oh, interesting. What if I do here? Oh, don't have enough moves. Take the rook. Bam. Game over. Cool. This is working. There's like no sort of... I'm not getting any kind of weird glitches or anything. So let's ask Claude. Okay, so that is working now. What do you think we could add to make the game more complete? Using very specific language there. Come on, Claude. What would you do to make the game more complete? It's a very specific thing. Great to hear the game is working well now. To make the game more complete, we could add several features to enhance gameplay, user experience, overall polish. Here are some suggestions. Add a start screen, difficulty levels, implement different AI difficulties for enemy movement. Score system, expanding the score system, perhaps with time bonuses, combo points for multiple captures. That's interesting. I like that. Let's get our notes app out. It's not a bad idea, like a combo. Yeah. We put Claude's notes. We got that. Power-ups. Add an occasional power-ups that spawn on the board, giving temporary abilities like extra moves or invincibility. Very cool. Definitely something I was thinking about. Sound effects and music, visual enhancements, game over screens. Cutscenes, yes. Completely irrelevant cutscenes. That's hilarious. I mean, it can only learn from us humans, right? What do us humans do all the time? Visual enhances, game over screens, tutorial. Not a bad idea. Saving and loading, leaderboard, time limit, multiple player characters. Create different player characters with unique abilities or movement patterns. Achievements, level progression, multiplayer. Wow, it's just added features. Like, make a game. Okay, not the best. Yeah, not the best actual solutions. There's some good suggestions in there for sure.
Definitely not like the most valid next steps, right? And I'm wondering, like, what's the best valid next steps? Let's say. Okay. Let's have another game and let's see if anything pops up that we think about. Because I feel like I could still manipulate the game a little bit too well. I feel like I'm liking that there's lots of pawns that spawn. Well, what's going on here? Okay, so the rook is attacking me. But I can handle a rook quite well. Interesting. So the queen is there. And the bishop is now protecting the rook. So the only place I can go is there. Should we be... Should we try and get it to rewrite it so that it can only... It only shows valid moves where it won't create a game over? Let's try that. Let's see what it does. Hey, so I'm noticing that the blue dots for valid moves of the player are displayed over moves that would cause the player taken and therefore game over. Could we do a check to see if the moves... Could we do a check to see if certain moves Yeah. Oh, totally. It's just I mean, it's usually that's the kind of music I listen to while I'm coding this game. So, I mean, that makes sense. It's really just coding music to me. I don't even notice it. It just suits my aesthetic. Could we do a check to see if certain moves could or will cause game over and not show the blue dot on those moves? And I'm keeping it as a statement, not a question. Because, yeah, look at this. That's game over. That's game over. The only move is here. What did Claude say? Absolutely, that's an excellent observation and a great improvement to make. We can implement a method to check if a move would result in the player being captured, then use this to filter out the moves from the valid moves displayed to the player. Here's how we would do this. First, let's add a new method to the board class to check if a move is safe. Now let's modify the draw method. So we've got class board, def. I guess it doesn't matter where I put it, right? It just needs to be inside board. That's peace. This is board. Draw self, draw enemy moves. Fine. Look if it's safe. Yeah, cool. So we can just copy that. Let's put it before that because that makes sense, right? Temporarily make the move. Oh, that's interesting. Now let's modify the draw method to use this new check. Def draw. So now we're just basically rewriting the draw method. Just the original draw method, right? Yep. So we're doing that. God, there's so many, like, if this was out like a couple of years ago, there's so many like fiddly little programs I had to write that this would have been an absolute godsend for, right? Kind of annoying. Like, no, why didn't this exist earlier? Alright, so that's the draw method updated. Now let's update the move player. Def move player. So we're just updating the first line of move player. It wasn't up there, it's down here. Move enemies. Spawn enemy. Get valid moves. If pass clear. Print. Drawboard main. Move enemies. Move player. So we're just taking the first line of move player. Getting this if statement. We're rewriting it. What? Copy that. Indent that. Delete that. We indent that. If draw. Create a new, these changes will create a new method called if move is safe. Modify the draw method. All right. Find out if it works. Uh-oh, indentation error. Where's the error? 163. That makes sense. Return true. Okay. Did I paste that? I didn't paste that. Okay, let's have it in one. Weird. I don't know why it's a double tab. It shouldn't be, right? We just move it all out one. Does that work? Okay, it works. Cool. Alright, we're here now. That was weird. Oh, because I was behind the pawn, right? Oh, yeah, and we could add pawns to have them graduate.
We'll get promoted. We'll add that next, I think. So it's not displaying these as valid moves. So you can just click on the blue until there's no blue. I'm interested in that. Yes! Look at that. There's absolutely no blue left. Now. So that's pretty much how the game should move, right? The game should go like that. It should fill up. Then we have to look at our points, and we've got 37 points. So now if I became a knight, and I took this piece, why can't I take that piece? If I move here. Oh, do we break something? What has that done? Interesting. Let's try it. Because the game's doing all the math right now. I don't have to do anything. The pawn was protecting the other pawn. Yeah, but I should still be able to move into game over. We don't have any checking mechanics in here. Why? I'm assuming there's no check mechanics. Because I didn't program them. It wasn't allowing a move where I would be taken. I just don't want it to show. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Look. This implementation will prevent the player from making moves that would immediately result in a game over. And it won't display those moves. That's actually not what I want. Okay. Yeah, no, you guys are right. You guys are right. Okay. That worked well. Yeah, no, it does do that. Yeah, it did do that. Anyway, yeah, that worked well. But what I wanted was the player to still have the ability to move to get a what I wanted was the player to still have the ability to make a wrong move and get a game over. I just only want the blue dots to appear on the safe base. I apologize for the misunderstanding. You're absolutely right. We want to show the safe moves of the blue dots, but still allow the player to make any valid move, even if it leads to a game over. Let's modify our approach to achieve this. Cool. Keep the is move safe as we implemented it before. Update the draw method. Boop. Draw method. That should still be the same, right? And the valid moves. Yep. Okay, so we've just done the draw. Keep the move player method as was shown before. As it was before. Okay, yeah, so we just got to move this one back. Then we go move player. We just move that back. Yeah, so we did actually modify here, look. And if the move is safe. That was actually stopping us from losing the game.
that time. So good spot, guys. Yeah, we should still be able to lose the game, but I just don't want any indicators to pop up. So now I should just be able to click on all the blue dots until they're gone. And yeah, this game is still not interesting enough. We'll take the queen. I don't know where that knight came from. Assuming it was a valid move. All right, now we're in a position where no valid move of the king is available. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Yeah, so now there's no valid king move left. Is there a valid knight move? There's not, is there? There's a valid. Oh, there's like no. Yeah, it's evening here. There's no valid. I could move as a rook. Oh no, depends on where this pawn goes. Okay. Let's just change it to rook. Go here. Bam. And the queen took me. The game over. That's cool. But the game is working, right? So we're at least able to see how the game flows. And it's just good debug step and just easy for me to know that the game is aware of where I can and can't move. And it helps me just quickly do games so we can see if the game is actually interesting or not. AI is controlling the game, or are you holding ChatGPT at gunpoint and forcing it to write the game? I'm actually using Claude, but yes, you can see here, all of this was written by Claude. I haven't written any code. I'm just explaining. You're right. I've got a gun to its head, and I'm telling it to make all of this. But yeah, that's the principle, right? Is that I'm just like I'm explaining the game that I want. Yeah. Oh yeah. It's done it. It's taken a minute. Like it's we did like 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours yesterday. Most of that was debugging though. Like ChatGPT was screwing up, and a few other things were like messing it up. And then we were smashing it really well with Claude. And so we've continued that on, and it's continued to write out bit by bit as we add functionality, as we like explain to it what we want it to be able to do. But this is actually a chess game with a twist, right? I should be able to pull this off. So now I've got 20 points because I've made a bunch of moves. I'm now going to change into a bishop, and I'm going to... Oh, sweet. And it shows a valid move. Look at that. And I'm going to kill that pawn. Boop. How long does it take to type a script that long? Typing isn't the problem. Like, you can type things. It's about knowing what to type and checking it for mistakes and things like that, for sure. So like, I mean, I do normal programming. Oh, token generation. Oh, it's pretty quick. It's real quick. Way faster than a human, obviously. But yeah, so I make real video games as well. This is just like a fun experiment, just to see like what's the workflow like. Takes a while to load scripts. Yeah, it's not that bad. We're about to like ask it for another change soon, and you'll see how quickly that it generates. because like we've got a working game now that's you're doing quite well. Problem is, all we're seeing right now is the board's just filling up, and one piece is sort of coming after the player. It's like nothing really exciting is actually happening. We tried to get the game to sort of write some code that it was like had an algorithm where it would slowly try to encroach in on the player, but what it looks like is just pieces are spawning and filling up the board. That's not really what we're looking for, because it's just filling up the board. It's not actually like creating a dynamic. We should probably limit the number of pieces on the board as well at some point, maybe. Yeah, cheers. So that's my actual video game. That's what I coded by hand. This is me just messing around with this game and like seeing what it's like to basically only program using the English language. Yeah, I think we might have to limit the pieces, right? I was tempted to make the board actually get bigger as the game progresses. But so see, we're in a situation here now. Hey, cheers for the follow. I should, you know, hopefully enough streams like this will make affiliate, and then I'll be able to do it even more, right? So I'm wondering if I become a rook, am I safe here? Game over. It was not safe. Cheers for the follow, guys. It's awesome. Yeah, okay. So cool. Like, so the game functions. Let's put it that way. But it's not fun yet. Like, it was fun earlier. I had an earlier version of the game. Yeah. And I got to hit the concurrent viewers as well, right? So unfortunately, I was doing a lot of streams, really long hours on some work that I had to do. It was just sort of a good way to motivate me to do the work. But it means I've got like a lot of hours streamed where there was like 0 or 1 viewers. So it's going to have to slowly work its way through the month. And stay, as long as I stay above like 3 viewers, then that'll just happen. So I'm happy just to let it happen. We're having fun here. I was playing Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. I've nearly finished it, so I do want to finish that pretty soon. Maybe this week I'll do another stream where I'll finish that off. It's actually a pretty good game. But I'm liking these sort of in-betweeny kind of like education/work streams as well. So, because the issue is we still only have one piece that's sort of following the player, right? So we should be like writing a piece of code in here somewhere, because I could just take this piece, and then the next piece is going to have to move in, and then I can take the next piece, and then another piece is going to try to come in, and so long as it's not being protected, I can just take that as well. So now I'm sort of just being fed. So there's a bishop there. There's a queen there. So I can definitely turn into a bishop and take this piece. Then I can take that piece. Then I can take that piece. So like it works, like, and the logic of it is like fine. Yeah, exactly. It's like bit rough to do like really long streams. But you know, gotta see what works, right? There's a few people that popped into those streams and now they you know, they pop in fairly regularly, which is cool. Super happy about that. So as I said, the game logic is now completely valid. But this bishop is still protected. So that's something. But we're going to get situations like that where the pieces are just going to constantly move. There's supposed to be a little bit of variation in which piece is supposed to sort of attack and follow. I haven't read the algorithm yet, though. It just told me that, well, it just told me that it was going to add some randomness in there. So I think we have to limit the number of pieces that spawn for sure. What have we got? It's 8 times 4, right? The 8 times 4. Oops. Oh god. Where's my 8 times 4 would be the entire border of the screen. But I've also got because I wanted originally the pieces to spawn at the opposite side of the board to the player, and that was causing some issues. So now we've gone opposite side of the player, but if that piece is if that square is occupied, then an adjacent square. I'm thinking, because if we're like stuck in the corner here, we don't want pieces to spawn right next to it. But you can see here that like it's just kind of weighing it in and just filling up the board. So there's usually 32 pieces. Maybe we cap the pieces. Because we could create a cap. But also like, oh, so the horse is there. Because it's, yeah, currently the movement isn't that interesting. So we got to find a way to make it more interesting. Let's ask Claude. Screw it. Cool. Dogfish? Is this like, oh, that's an actual chess computer, isn't it? Okay, buddy. Yeah. Just like, you just type it in, right? The resolution. Yeah, this is like a 50-inch TV. yeah. I thought Stockfish is a chess AI. Yeah. Yeah, I've got like a 4K 50-inch TV as my monitor. Because I do a lot of video editing, I like having a large monitor with lots of space so I can manipulate the timeline. Yeah, it's a bit of a thing. And then I've got a smaller monitor here that I just use for Twitch stuff. OBS and everything in that was all on that window. I've got my camera up there. So let's talk to Claude. Cool. Everything is working great, but the way the white pieces move is kind of boring and isn't making the game fun and challenging yet. How could we change the pieces' behavior to constantly make the player think and have to attack as well as retreat? Ooh, okay. PyTorch. I'm sure Claude would have fun time with that. Jeez. Well, don't we just get what's it called? Isn't it not F-Zero? What's the Go computer called? AlphaZero, AlphaGo. What's it called? AI that beats video games. DeepMinds. Is it just called AlphaZero? Can't remember which one it is, but the one that beats everything. Yeah. Because that's the thing. We could just get
Claude to play this game over and over again until it learns how to play it. You'd be double counting the corner squares. Yeah, you're right. Okay, 28 squares. Yeah, DeepMind something. I know AlphaGo was the Go computer. They called it Zero because it didn't have any training. It only played itself. It might be called Alpha Zero. Well, we know the methodology, right? It's just it like learns from playing itself. Kind of like a teenage boy. So these changes, okay, so Claude's come up with a theory. Let's ask Claude. Making the enemy pieces' behavior more dynamic and challenging can significantly improve the game's fun factor. Let's revamp the enemy movement strategy to create more engaging experience. Here's some ideas we can implement. Aggressive and defensive behavior. Some pieces will try to attack the player, or others protect key positions or other pieces. Yeah, no, I'm up on all the AI stuff, dude. I watch like most of those videos the day they come out. There's a couple of AI channels that I watch that are pretty good. I listen to podcasts with my actual day job, so I listen to quite a lot of those. And then Wes Roth, felt like this. Wes Roth is a really good YouTube channel. He kind of recaps all of the latest AI stuff. His channel is pretty good. Like if you just want like a 10-minute or 20-minute like recap of sort of what's happened that week, really good source. He's good. So I use him, and then I listen to some of the podcasts and some of the stuff that comes out. Because I've played around with a lot of AI music. I've played around with like Stable Diffusion and things like that too. So I'm just keeping across all the tech, finding different ways to create things, and just seeing, you know, counting down the days till all of our jobs are gone, right? So Claude's got some ideas, which is cool. Piece-specific strategies. Here we go. Formation-based movements. Pieces try to form defensive formations on attacking patterns. But because the original version of this game, we started coding, every piece would move every turn. So immediately it would create these crazy like checkmate situations, like basically turn 2. And you would then have to use different piece methodologies to get out of the situation. It was fun. I wanted to see if we could make like a longer game though. Oh, right. Suno's bark. Yeah, it's crazy. I've made some really fun songs in Suno. It's yeah, super interesting. I've been playing around with that a lot. It's a lot of fun. It was funny because I was talking to a local band recently and asked them like how they felt about AI, and both of the members of this band were like, "Oh no, we play with it all the time. We're constantly sending each other like 70s metal songs about farts." Like, so funny. At a shop. Oh, that's an interesting idea. Yeah, like I kind of wanted to keep it like core like chess mechanics. So that's why you buy the ability to change into different pieces. There is a game I found on itch last night, and it was like you craft additional pieces. So you have to go collect like grass or wood or stone, and then you can make pawns and knights and stuff. So that's a cool mechanic as well. Obviously already exists. I still kind of want to keep this like a pure chess aesthetic. I don't want to like make it like Renaissance, or you know what I mean. I don't want to like change the aesthetic too much. I'm seeing this as like a bit of an iOS app. Yeah, the crafting is a really cool concept, and then you're crafting other players. Like you're sort of creating a small army, and then you can move them around. And it has defined spawn points for all the ones you create. So yeah, it's a really cool concept for a game. This one I kind of wanted it to feel like a survival game. So I'm not sure if we're going to increase the board size yet. I kind of want to get this behavior down as well, because I will remove the dots. So you'll sort of be thinking about the game differently when the dots aren't there. But yeah, interesting. So it wants prediction based movement as well. Pieces try to anticipate the player's next move and respond accordingly. Let's implement these ideas. Fuck it. Because it's that easy, folks. Let's implement these ideas by modifying the move enemies method. Sure. I'm going to let you go do that. Move enemies method. Hello. Oh, lovely. That's what we like. We like to see bots. Yeah. I'm going to block that, I think. Or... So, get piece value, get strategic move. Look at this. Queen strategy, self-docs, queen strategy, current position, valid moves. Wow. Define queen strategy, define rook strategy, define bishop strategy, knight strategy. It's got like a whole bunch going on now. Claude definitely won't be able to generate all of this in like one line and one generation anymore. There was the one popped up earlier as well, the bots. Okay, this move enemies has just absolutely exploded in size. Modifying the move enemies method. Move enemies. Look at this. The move enemies was this big before. Look at that. So we're removing that much code and we're pasting in this much code. Oh my god. And now we gotta take all of it. This. Hey! Hello, people. Thank you. This is kicking off. I really feel like putting the chess tag in Twitch was kind of a baller move, actually. I can't believe how popular chess content is right now. Like, it breaks my brain. Like, I loved chess as a kid, but like, apart from the best players being new best players, like, what's really happened in chess? I've only followed like a little bit of it. Not even. All right. Yeah, I guess COVID. That makes sense. Like, everything happened during COVID. So we've got now this crazy baller move bit of code now. Am I going to get absolutely wrecked, like, immediately now? Oh, there's a queen and a bishop. Because, like, I was able just to, like, conveniently... all the queens come in. So there we go. Look, the knight was the closest piece. And then the queen moved in. See, do you know how long it would have taken me to write a freaking queen strategy? That would have taken me so long. Queen tries to attack the center or attack the player. That's brilliant. Like, that totally works, right? Because the queen is most effective when it's in the middle of the board, because it's the most amount of squares it can take up. The rook strategy tries to control files or attack the player. Yeah, so it wants a full attack vector. Yeah, chess is very accessible. Many know how to play, it works, and can follow a game without having to know things like the latest players or rule sets. Yeah, that makes sense. They haven't changed the rules much. Not like freaking Magic the Gathering. Holy crap. I guess the rules haven't changed, but the cards change every 4 months. We've been getting into Magic content and Magic the Gathering stuff quite a bit lately. This is cool. Like, immediately this feels like a different game. That queen just backed off for some reason. So it didn't attack the player and it decided to back off. Not like chess AI, but it's like doing something. And then also like it backing off means you don't have a piece you can take. Kind of interesting. It's just the queen moving at the minute. There's the bishop. Knight is taking those 2 spots. Queen that spot. Interesting. Then like it wouldn't expect me to do something like this, right? I don't know. I don't have enough points. Might have to lower the point threshold. Yeah. Oh, of course it's rudimentary. Like we're just giving it an intent. It's still not. It's not going to be amazing because it is still only one piece moving. So we might have to vary the. Yeah, we might have to create like a pair of like 2 or 3 pieces that move each turn. No, not each turn. They sort of trade turns because it's just filling up. So yeah, and we know that because obviously we're seeing the board and all the valid moves. So now I could probably still become a bishop, and I'm still dead. Yeah, because that pawn spawned at the top. We might need something to delineate the pawns, maybe. I sort of wanted the pawns to... They spawn at the bottom of the board, they have to get to the top. And if they spawn at the top of the board, they have to go to the bottom. And then I was going to make them actually like promote themselves as well. Thought that might be a part of it. That could be kind of fun. I'm going to say... Each piece is its type of strategy. Let's play another game, because maybe it won't be a queen this time. So now there's a knight that's been protected by 2 bishops. Now rooks come in. The rook is now trying to keep me... Oh, there we go. Look at that. The rook strategy is pretty cool. I could just keep going back and forth, couldn't I? Till another piece spawns and takes that piece away. So now I'm here. The rook's protecting the knight. Yeah, so the rook strategy is interesting. The rook can't go there, though. Now I could... Could I? What's attacking that? There's nothing attacking the rook right now. So I could go knight. Oh, I think I need one more point. Oh, did we... How many points do I need? Oh, there we go. I can be a rook. There we go. So I can escape. The rook can be like right on me. That's funny. Gonna attack him. Didn't use a library. I did the graphics manually, actually. So I literally just grabbed this off of the internet and then just chopped it up. And I very poorly cut it out. Just using automated stuff. Like, it's all placeholder. That's like the first thing I had to do. I just wanted to see how it would do it. There is like, yeah, there's like a better way. I've seen Wes Roth and I've seen a few other people actually, like, the game is in the browser. I think you can start a project and have it like write. I think it would write it in HTML rather than Python. But I started this project in ChatGPT first, just to see
like we could compare it. And I thought Python, at least it's like local, and then we can refactor or we can convert it to Android or whatever. It's all just an experimental phase, right? So if we take the night, the board isn't filling up as quickly anymore, but it's still filling up. There we go. Is this rook protected? Protected by something? Yeah, the bishop. And there's no valid moves. Wait, if I've still got points, can I change again? I haven't even tried that. No, I can't change more than once, so that's cool though. I like that consequence. Cool. Hey, I like these strategies a lot. It still feels like only one piece is attacking alone. It would be good if two or three or four pieces were trading turns to create some kind of attack to make things harder for the player. Let's try that. Come on, Claude. What have you got for me? Yeah. Oh, totally, dude. But that's kind of like what's really interesting about this technology. Like, say what you will about large language models and how they're going to be used. Say what you will about like trying to create freaking AGI or some crap, right? Or like scraping the entire internet just to try and create this product, right? Like, that's actually not what this technology is actually showcasing right now. Like, the way that it talks, the sort of the way that it thinks is now in yeah. So that's the thing, like, it's not but now we have a computer that thinks in tokens, right? And these tokens are made up of the English language, and it understands the English language in a way that computers haven't done before, right? Because it has all of this sort of background knowledge. So we now are essentially programming in English. Like, if I was a project manager and I was to tell a programmer what I wanted this game to be, that programmer would be passing my English logic and trying to turn it into code. And now we have a computer that is doing that. I think that's the kind of the real breakthrough in a way, is the fact that we're actually using the language as a tool. It's super interesting. Hot take, here we go. I think they should be able to scrape the internet for data. The users put it out there for the world to see, so why not harvest it? Yeah, pretty much. But that's what's kind of that is what's kind of fun, is that it understands nuance, and you can explain stuff in English and it'll turn it into actual code, right? It understands directions and will turn it into functions. Yeah, like I've talked about this a lot. Yeah, it's weird. Like, there's multiple levels to it, right? It's like, okay, cool. If we live in a world where the only incentive is capital and like monetary gain, and in that world, it is a bit rough to have your data harvested, right? Because it's worth so much more to someone else than it is to you. And the reason it's worth that is because they have 1 billion GPUs, right? So it's interesting. And then if you're putting content out there for a different intent, and they're able to scrape from it, like, it's still going to be a very weird subject for a while.
a lot of people are still they're gonna not know how to think about it. But realistically, people don't want to have their work devalued. I think that's where most of the hurt comes from, is they feel like they've been taken advantage of, they feel like they're being replaced, and they're feeling like they're being devalued. And I can completely understand that, right? Like, I have a bunch of stuff out on the internet. But I can also agree with the alternative case. Yeah, Stack Overflow or freaking GitHub. Just used to train. Yeah. God, if you don't think it's really good already, yeah, it's going to get so much better if nothing changes. Yeah. But also, like, yeah, GitHub was caught, like, basically just scraping for Copilot as well. So it's kind of a whole thing. Like, we do the best stuff when we're doing it together. Like, those communities, say what you will, but like programming communities and the open source communities, like the amount of progress and efficiency that's come out of that by people collaborating and working together is massive, right? Like, I'm using Open Broadcaster right now, and that tool has gotten so much better because so many people started using it, right? So it's that kind of collective progress that I think is what we should be shooting for. But quite a lot of time we do get distracted from that because of like survival and crap like that. So it's interesting. But like, so that's sort of the thing, is already this type of AI has advanced by like biology science like 30, 50 years in very, very specific areas, right? So it's already doing a lot of good. And you don't even need a massive large language model to do that. You can do that with narrow AI. So yeah, and that's kind of my thing. Like, I'm for greater good. And if these tools can save more lives than careers that they ruin, or IP that is destroyed, then fucking so be it. And we'll learn to adapt, you know? And if there's a bit of competition out there for us to make new and exciting things that AI can't replicate, then that only makes our value greater. Because that is what we do, is we adapt. So it's super interesting. Might clip that. I don't get a lot of good clippable moments out of these type of work streams. Most of my clips are all gameplay. But yeah, I feel like that's sort of where the debate needs to shift a little bit. Instead of like, oh, you took my photos. Like, okay, how much value were your stock photos really? Can I be a knight? I can be a knight. I like how it changes the valid bots. That's really cool. It'd be cool if these dots are there in the game and they turn off after like 20 turns. That would be like sort of a way to like teach the player. Sell the game for $5. By the end of the year, I'll have $1 million. Yep. Then I can buy some GPUs and make a better AI. The Thought Emporiums meet AI. What? Yeah, AI. Well, AI artists. No, what was it? There was AI art won a photography competition, and then a photo won an AI competition. That's been some of the funniest stuff for sure. Limiting movement with the dots. Yeah, I mean that is interesting. Like, because essentially you don't have the choice in this game. Like you you know, you move into the recommended spot or you die. It'd be good to have the dots fade away as sort of like a early player understanding of the game, though. Thought Emporium's AI where he trained a petri dish of rat neurons to play Doom. Yes. It's like you can run Doom on anything. So good. But yeah, that picture of the flamingo and just the angle of it, like, looked like its head was missing and everyone thought it was AI. Great. Great moves. It's like the photos of the dogs where they're flying. Have you seen that? Dog photos. Photos, no legs. Let's write that in. There's all these... not a literal no-leg dog. No, oh, that's just making me sad. No, like the dogs where they're running. Yeah, these ones. Like where it looks like they've got no legs because the way they run. Not real no-leg dogs. That's not what I want. Dog photos. Flying. Damn it. Real dogs. Looks like no legs. God damn it. I feel like Google's getting worse, dude. Anyway, there was these famous photos of dogs and it looked like they were flying because the photos were taken at the right time. While we're on the ideas of like dog memes, AI, dog or fried chicken. Still my favorite thing was like this stuff. These are the days when AI was still cute, you know? When the AI couldn't tell the difference between dogs or fried chicken. We're going to think back on those days. You've not seen this? Dude, it's great. So like these captures and stuff were trying to like determine whether they were dogs or fried chicken and it couldn't do it. And then this one as well. Dogs or cookies. Yeah, Chihuahua versus cookies. Yeah, no, for sure. You're going to have to dress up like fried chicken in order to survive the robot apocalypse. Yeah. That is the thing. You have to like graffiti over QR codes. Jeez. So did Claude come up with a solution? I think it did. You're absolutely right. Having multiple pieces coordinate their attacks would indeed create a more challenging and dynamic game. Let's modify our approach and allow multiple pieces to move each turn, creating more cohesive and threatening enemy strategy. Here's how we can update the move enemies method to achieve this. Again, I'm not going to read the algorithm. I think it's fun if we just implement it, see what it does. Move enemies. Looks like we can copy the whole method. Returns true. Yep. I like that. Funny, there's a game jam coming up and it says no generative AI. I'm like, does this count? Like I won't use anyone's art, but I will rip off every programmer that's ever posted anything to GitHub. Is that allowed? All right. Elevate board state. That's a cool name for a method. That's definitely not one I would have chosen. This updated move enemies method now does the following. It still checks for immediate captures first. It creates a list of movable enemies sorted by their strategic value. It attempts to move up to 4 pieces. Oh, no. Whoa, no. I don't want that. I don't want it to move. Okay. Hold the phone. Come on, Claude. Hey, those sound like cool strategies. I still only want one move per... maybe we edit our previous one. Edit.
Hey, I like these strategies a lot, but it still feels like only one piece is attacking alone. It'd be good if 3 or 4 pieces were trading turns. So I feel like it got confused there. Were 3 or 4 pieces were advancing. 3 or 4 pieces were advancing into an attack. Still only one piece moves per turn, but a selection of pieces should take turns to move in Oh, it's hard to like. It is kind of hard to explain that. I already miss when AI videos were full fever dream, where it couldn't hold on to the idea of an object for longer than a single frame. Yeah, dude. Like the old Will Smith and spaghetti stuff. Yeah. Well, that's like the funny thing is, again, you're saying like, oh, it's taken our jobs, right? Like, I was using that style of that kind of weird dreaminess to actually inform a style, right? Like this style didn't exist, but I made some AI imagery in order to embrace that dreamy, flowy, like inconsistencies kind of style, right? To see how it will like it'll slowly form from trees into metal. Yeah, it's so hard to watch, like AI food. So bad. But yeah, so like I actually wanted images that could flow smoothly from one. I think, yeah. So I used, this was Stable Diffusion. I used a few different LoRa's and stuff. This is actually for a friend of mine's like metal video, which is pretty cool. So yeah, he wanted something that was kind of crazy and out there, and so I've been playing around with AI to sort of do that. I gotta finish this soon, actually. We might do that for one of the next streams, is finish this video off and do some image generation. I got to change my whole setup to do AI though, because it uses like 100% of my GPU. So I got to use like another PC, like a laptop or something, to actually stream from. But we'll get that happening. Because that's my actual day job, is to like make videos and do photography and stuff. So that's what this work is. But yeah, so I was using Stable Diffusion, but I was using what was called Deforum. The Deforum is a Stable Diffusion technique, and what it does is that it draws the image, and then you can tell it to shift a certain amount or zoom in a certain amount or move, and then it generates it again. And so using that loop, it's able to then like slowly, by using the different prompts, it'll slowly morph. Is it Metalhead? Yeah. Toss it in the Discord. Yeah, right. Yeah, I said I've got a yeah, because I've been using Stable Diffusion locally on the GPU. I'll need to set up a laptop to stream the AI stuff. So like the laptop will stream a version of my monitor, and then I'll run the AI on there, and we can I can kind of go through that whole process. I should still have some videos up on my YouTube. If you check out my YouTube, I should have the old streams of the AI up there. I don't think I clipped any highlights though. Yeah. But yeah, I got to finish that soon anyway, so we'll do that. We'll do that soon. Yeah, messing around with all that kind of fun AI stuff. But yeah, you got to be careful when you stream AI stuff though. You got to make sure that the negative, not safe for work prompt is always in there. You can make some horrible stuff with
with AI. It's kind of crazy. I've got like, I was messing around with concepts. This is sort of where it does get into that gray area, right? If I go into my drive, I've got this folder called like Pedal Rebel Bikes, and in it was sort of like all my inspo for like, yeah, this is all about sort of my inspiration images that I was finding online. So I found nope, not that one. Like images or something. I've got too much stuff in my drive. Pedal Rebel photos. Yeah, I had a bunch of stuff in here. That's just photos, I think. But yeah, like I was looking up different like ways of doing stylistic like sci-fi, cyberpunk, motorbikes, and you could tell from the way that the images were being generated, everything was ripped off of ArtStation. Like you can just tell under the surface that Pedal Rebel Concepts, I think. Yeah. So these are like some ones that I've done in AI. This one was Night Cafe. The funny thing is it just generates too many fingers. So like, yeah, cool. That, but then like you can see these style images here. You can tell that they're ripped off of like 3D model, ArtStations and things like that. And there are some cool shapes in here that like are interesting. You look at the image for more than a second and instantly you're like, oh, it's terrible. That one's not AI. And like some of them got really bad. But I just wanted like ideas and inspiration. These ones aren't AI. So there's some non-AI stuff mixed in here. But yeah, managed to generate a bunch of random crap. But at least it's sort of like, it's just sort of informing decisions that I was like looking into. But it does feel a little dirty when you're like, oh yeah, this is just straight up ArtStation. And then I did a funny, my funny is still here, I'll show you. Is in, not in the Steam page, I think it's supposed to fade. Because I was playing around with some AI stuff when I was making some of these images. Yeah. I think it's this image. I've got screenshots of this somewhere. Must be in my screenshots folder. I've got yeah, here we go. So this is how you ethically use AI, guys. So, you know, you're taking this seemingly unethical AI. This is Night Cafe. Clearly has ripped stuff off of ArtStation. But of course, you know that you can trust Adobe to not use users' data improperly, right? Like they have a full terms of service and everything. They're not going to use your data improperly. So what you do is you take an image from an unethical AI and you extend it using an ethical AI, right? So this is only trained off of Adobe stock, these bits that are being extended. So that's fine. That's ethical. You know, no one, but you can extend the image as much as you like. You know, no one's gonna fault you for that. All of this part here of the image, all of this bit, completely ethical, right? And then what you do is then you replace the middle of the image, the bit that you stole. Then you just replace that, and then you put your logo on it. So you can literally clean the AI. Clean away all the bad vibes. So I was playing around with some crap like that because it's kind of funny. So yeah, you take the stolen AI and you extend it and then you replace it. No, my logo is not AI. That was Photoshop. No, so I've actually done a lot of this manually. Like I was showing before, because this is like the issue, right? Is that it's such a gray area. It's money laundering, but with AI. Oh, the background, yeah. So some of it is. This was, where is it? This was like a candidate for my Steam page. I was thinking like this would be kind of cool. So I was looking at all these different concepts on my Steam page, and then like I was looking and I really liked some of the AI stuff that I was generating. And I was editing it heavily too, right? So this has got a lot of Photoshop in it. Like I've changed the style a lot. I've changed the grain and noise and the colors. Making a few different ones. This one as well. A lot of heavy Photoshop in here, and like constantly regenerating to get the right cars and the right layers and stuff. It's still work, but again, it's still kind of unethical, and I do not want to get review bombed on the internet for a game where I've done 90% of the work, or 198% of the work, and then have it be taken away. So then I actually just dedicated some time, relearned how to do art again, and I drew this from scratch, 100% from scratch. I used a lot of reference. Where am I looking? I use a lot of reference, but it is 100% from scratch. I should have here in my not Gmail. Not Gmail. I want Drive. My Drive. I should in my recents maybe. I should have time-lapse videos, right? Yeah, here we go. This is from Procreate, and it shows like the whole process of like taking a 3D model, distorting it, trying to make it like shape the way I like it. Try to like look at the difference between like a motorbike pose and a push bike pose. So trying like messing around with the different things, trying to get that perspective correct. This is actually based on the 3D model that's in the game. So I drew it once, got like a pretty decent look happening. Oh, what's happening here? And then added some cool stuff to it. Added the shinies. Fix the occlusion. I went, oh yeah, like I'm getting there. Try some more different like methods. Then I wasn't quite happy with the bike. Tried some different things with the pedal, background, wasn't very good. Then I got the actual 3D model back in just to make sure all the proportions were correct because the wheels were off. Put that back in, then distorted it again, then redid the wheels. So yeah, a lot of work. Took me a couple of weeks. And it's like, you know, I could have done the easy way with AI, but I did want something that was a bit more expressive than that. And like, sort of, it's hard to, because like, it's awesome that I get to do this, right? Like, I'm not going to make any money of this yet. But it's like, I did make money because this would have cost me like $500 to get someone to do it for me, right? This was the fun part, was doing all like the inner gears and stuff. I tried a few different designs. I'm still like going to play around with some designs with like the wheels. And then, yeah, added in the headlights, added in the flashy, all sorts, playing around with the lights and stuff. And then more stuff to do with that. Add in all the like lighting effects. And then bam, we're done. And then we've got it. And it's up on Steam. So, and then that's the capsule for my game. And so that comes up everywhere. For the Steam page. But yeah, I wanted to like do something proper for that. Because you can't take that risk. You can't be like, oh, this guy used AI, get him. And it was fun, and it was cool to get back into art. Like the problem is that like hello. Yeah, I just hadn't had the time to do visual art in such a long time, because I was too busy doing photography, or I was too busy doing video, or I was too busy doing effects or game design and stuff. So it'd been a long time since I'd properly drawn something. It was good. It was actually good to get back into it. But it is that thing of just time. You know, and that's why I feel like a lot of people don't understand that it's not like, oh, this guy used AI because he wants to rip off artists, or he used AI because he's lazy, or he used AI because, you know, whatever. Quite a lot of the time it's just time, right? Or there are so many things that wouldn't exist if the tools we currently have weren't so good and weren't able to multiply your effort. So it's never black and white. And, you know, there's a reason why we create tools to make our lives easier and better and faster, is because, you know, we've got other stuff we need to do as well. So it's interesting stuff. Yeah, but it was super cool. Like, obviously we all want to be doing cool art stuff all the time. But I was so focused on, like, well, I need to get the game out. I've got all this stuff that I need to do with the Steam page. The demo's not finished and all this stuff. And then it was like, oh, geez, do I really want to spend a week just drawing on my iPad? What is that going to do? But it does actually provide, it is actually probably one of the most important things to do on a Steam page, is have really good art, because that's what's going to draw traffic to your page. So it was worth it in the end, for sure. So we were rewriting this one. I like these strategies a lot, but it feels like only one piece is attacking alone. It'd be cool if 3 or 4 pieces were advancing into an attack, but still only have one piece move per turn, but a selection of pieces should be prioritized I'm gonna say should be how should we say that? 3 or 4 pieces were it would be good if 3 or 4 pieces were we could have 3 or 4 pieces were advancing into an attack. Still only have one piece move per turn, but a selection of pieces should be selected to move in one at a time to create some kind of attack to make things harder for the player. Can we do that? See if Claude understands us this time. I like these strategies a lot, but I feel like only one piece attacking alone. We could have 3 or 4 pieces were advancing into an attack. Still only one piece move per turn, but a selection of pieces should be selected to move one at a time to create some kind of attack. Absolutely, I understand what you're looking for. We can modify the strategy to create a coordinated attack involving multiple pieces. We will select a group of pieces to form an attacking force, then move one of these pieces each turn. This will create a more cohesive and threatening advance against the player. Here's how we can implement this. First, a new attribute to the board. Definite self, class board. Keep the existing, and then we've got self.attacking force. I feel like we're just declaring variables. Funny, I have not programmed this deeply in Python. Yeah, awesome. Thanks for that. Yeah, cheers. Hopefully soon if we keep this up. This has been cool though. Check those links. Check out Wes Roth. Pretty cool on all the AI stuff. And yeah, maybe we'll do AI art like video as a next kind of stream. Cheers, man. Check out YouTube and wishlist my game on Steam. Funny. All right. Yeah, do it. Cheers, man. Yeah, I got some wish lists today, so that was good. I was like jumping onto other people's streams and other like game devs. It was good fun. All right, now let's modify the move enemies method. Move player, move enemies. Let's modify the move enemies method. And it's got update attacking force. Bottom of it. Move enemies. Are there like... Are we replacing the whole method? It'd be good if we are. Looks like we're moving the whole thing. Yep. Sick. Yeah, we're not doing the get piece value. Sweet. So we're doing this one in full. And then we're tabbing that over. Bam. Alright. Def move enemies. And then we've got attacking force. Def update attacking force. And then we've got the strategic move. Update the strategic move method. Here we go. Def strategic move. Supposed to look like that? I think that's... That all needs to get tabbed in. That's... Break? No. Update attacking force goes all the way to the print. Yep. And we tab that in as well. That makes sense. All right, now we're going to update the strategic move function. Thanks to that. Tab it in. And then we'll go, oh god, update each piece's strategy method. Closing in strategy is the new knight strategy. Knight pawn closing in strategy. Oh, we had those strategies in twice. That's probably fine. And then we've got the if preferred moves. Yeah. If preferred moves. There should be, yep, cool. We got there. Def rook strategy, queen. Be there, right? Queen strategy, yep. Bam. Bam, bam, bam. Cool. All right, we've just added in completely new strategy without me having to do anything. Still works. That queen came in hard. Look at that. Queen sort of backed off for a sec. The other queen just moved. The rook just moved. And the rook moved. Okay, cool. So they're definitely trying to coordinate more now. That's awesome. I'm actually really liking that. I can still move here. Now we're getting kind of screwy because they've taken the 3 ranks. Oh, geez. 1, 2, 3, 4 rooks, 2 queens. That's brutal. We'll move up or down. I'm going to move there. Okay, double queens. These 2 spots are fine.
Rook's trying to move over now. What are they doing? Sort of like backing off. Just filling up the board. Interesting. Okay. That's only one game though. We can like that was mostly like a very vertical attack. Let's see if there's a different combination. Maybe we should define the combination as always being like a knight advancing and like queen something else. Oh, that queen came in. Cheers, man. Thanks for that. $12.20. Okay. Doing alright. It's been a good stream. Maybe I won't make it go too much longer. But I got nothing on tomorrow though. See, that's my temptation. Like when I'm stuck into something, like when I'm working on something, I just don't want to stop. And very much to my detriment. That's sort of how I work. I like to do big chunks. Is this queen being protected? Oh, is it? So I can become a knight. Oh, what's protecting the queen? Oh, the other knight is. Okay. So I escaped. Now I'm in trouble. Yeah. So let's explain to Claude what that behavior sort of looks like, right? So this is an improve. I don't know why I feel like I need to reinforce its abilities. This is an improvement, but it seems like the pieces are staying backed off and not going in for the kill. Is there a way for this? It's called closing in strategy. What's it called? It's like a strike group. Attacking force. For this attacking force to select a piece to select a piece to attack while attack and move into the player's move into attack and move towards the player while having the other pieces move to protect the one attacking. That's English. That works. Again, the main thing here is that I'm not writing the sorting algorithm. I don't have to factor in the fact that it needs to know exactly how each piece moves and how it would factor in the way that it would move in. How would it check that it's being protected and then selecting one of them to go in and attack the player, right? I'm not writing all these weird checking algorithms. Like, I probably could. It would take me a hell of a long time, and these chess gets complicated really quickly. I'm not writing loops for 64 squares or whatever it is. and writing these like recursive for loops. That's just ridiculous. I'd much rather explain what I want to a computer and have it spit it out itself. Super cool stuff. I think then we should add a limit to the number of pieces spawning. Certainly, we can modify the strategy to create a more aggressive and coordinated attack. Let's implement a system where one piece is designated as the attacker while others act as supporters. Here's how we can modify the code to achieve this. First, let's update the board class again. So we're just getting... Go back to the board class. So we've got self equals attacking force. Oops. Attacking force and self-attacking attacker equals none. Main attacker equals none. Okay, cool. So we've got that. Now let's update attacking force. We've got the attacking force thing, and we've got the print at the end. We'll paste that. Press enter, and we'll shift it over. Sweet. We've got all that. Attacking force is there. Yeah, I think we can add a couple more things, and it's just going to improve it a lot, I think. So we got attacking force needs to be updated. Update attacking force. So we've just done that. It's got the 2 prints now. Yep. Now we're going to update the move enemies. Update the move enemies method. So there. All the way down to the return true. Paste. And we're going to shift it over. Save, I guess. Strategic move method. Strategic move. Return self-closing in strategy. Here we go. So we're just modifying that slightly. Def strategic move. Bam. Right? Is that the same? Hey. So strategic move. Copy. Nope. Not the same. And then after each piece's strategic method. Whoa, that's creepy. Bit late in the night for that. Go back to some cool music. '80s synthwave. Chill dark synth. Where are the long ones? Now we're gonna update each individual strategy again. Copy. Definitely starts with strategy. All the way down to here. All right. These changes implement the following strategy. An attacking force of 3 or 4 pieces is selected each turn. Oh, cool. One piece is designated as the main attacker, usually the most valuable piece closest to the player. The main attacker aggressively moves towards a player. The other pieces in the attacking force act as supporters, trying to protect the main attacker or control key squares around it. There's a 70% chance that the main attacker moves each turn, ensuring consistent threat to the player. This strategy should create more aggressive and coordinated attacks, with one piece consistently threatening the player, while others provide support. The player will need to deal with the immediate threat, while also being wary of the supporting pieces. Let's see if that plays out. So the rook is there. It's not protected. I'm going to give them one more turn to protect the rook. Yep, the rook's protected. Now we've got, I'm in check basically. I can now kill the rook. Bishop is now the attacking player. It's being protected by the queen. Bishop is now also still protected. This is cool. All right, this is working. Still protected. Still in my way. The bishop is now being protected by the queen. Interesting. Now the other bishop is coming in with it to attack. Currently not protected. Is that right? Not protected. So I could be a knight and I could go and I could take that piece. This is starting to get interesting. Like we can start like actually having some strategy here. Let's do that. Now the knight, the bishop is not protected at all. If I can take that. Now the rook is getting involved. Sort of try to pin the rook. The rook is moving and it's not protected. Interesting. We might get Claude to do it again. And like, well, because we don't want it to be 100%. Like we actually don't want the computer to be, hey, oh dude, did I miss it? I did that ages ago. Like just then? Oh, he'll be on YouTube, wouldn't he? Thanks for the heads up, dude. I like did that like 4 hours ago.
Same issue. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
Legend.
And he had PTSD and a bunch of other shit. Bonuses. Commit to main. Push. Are hot dog sandwiches? Yes.
No way.
The hot dog itself is a Wellington, though. Singular. Just
How long's a couple minutes?
Yeah, important.
Arvic_12 with 500.
Hey!
Hey Thor, I know you don't like
We
VR,
nailed it.
Game Pedal Rebel VR has had 1,200 playtesters and none got sick. I just dropped my Steam page. I designed it to help players get fit and healthy while gaming and having fun.
Heck yeah. Because I know he doesn't like VR.
That's awesome. That's really awesome, actually.
Ha!
I found something out that I actually might be able to use to make it so I can play VR. Because I realized something really weird. If I'm in a plane or a car, and I'm not the driver, obviously,
Or a bike.
and there's a little bit of turbulence, or I'm in a car and I'm not Dramamine doesn't work, or I'm in a car and I'm in the side seat, I will get motion sick, unless there's.
Did he bring up the Steam page?
If I turn on the AC and I blow it at my face to simulate movement.
Yeah, the fans can do that as well.
So what I'm thinking about trying is seeing if I can hook up a fan to when I move in the VR game using an Arduino and make it so that every time I move,
Yeah, I've thought about stuff
there's
like
a little
that.
bit of air on me, So
I thought if I put the name of the
it's a situation
game
like I'm
in the text to speech, he would bring up that he would type it into Steam.
basically I'm gonna Michael Reeves some shit, and we're gonna see what happens.
Or you just go off on a tangent instead.
How that's gonna go? Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Because I did it like hours ago. I had no idea what kind of like mood or what the stream was gonna be. Ah, fuck! Seriously? That was $12. Hey, he brought it up.
Oh god, it's a wall of garbage. It's Hotel California. Yeah, it's Hotel California.
Then what? Then went into if hot dogs are sandwiches. Yeah. That's the thing though, dude. Like, yeah, because I did it like back here. There was like 68 text to speech when I did it. And so it was like,
Podcast YouTube channel, Veto SOS. I always feel like, so like, dude, I've got a lot of buddies who came from the military and a lot of ones who got out of the military, and they just always feel
yeah,
like they didn't know
because I didn't want to post the
nothing about.
link
And
to the Steam
any support
page
networks that exist
in the
were in the
text to speech, because I was like, because then it's going to come up with the link and it's like blah 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 blah. I was hoping that he would still just look it up. Damn. Maybe I'll do another one. I'll give it a minute. Like, I'll give it a while. And maybe I'll do it again and then just be like, hey, like, I'd really appreciate if you looked at my Steam page. My game's not that marketable and needs all the help it can get. Like, if we did something like that, that might make it a bit better. Because, yeah, like, he didn't bring the Steam page up. But he did say it's awesome. That's a plus. We can clip that, right? Can we clip the bit where he said that it's awesome? Oh well, it was worth it. It's cool. But that's the problem, right? Like, it takes him so long to get through his text-to-speech that you have no idea what kind of mood or what vibe the stream is going to be at by the time he finally gets to it. So if he's like engrossed in a game, he's not going to stop what he's doing and like open up a Steam page and go into some like critique. So it's interesting. I'm gonna get some more influencers involved soon. Thanks for the heads up, dude. So you've got both streams running at the same time. Is that what you're doing? I don't know if I'm insulted or flattered. I think I'm flattered. I'm just happy anybody's watching. I had two of them up earlier as well. I had him up because I was seeing how the text to speech was going, and I had another Aussie dev on, and I was like texting and like talking to him about it. It's cool. It's funny. It is that weird thing of like yeah, like listening to multiple conversations at once. It's fine when it's like sort of on a computer, but it's like really annoying in person. That's funny. So this, like, we've started to implement a strategy here that's pretty cool. Like, pieces are coming in and attacking sort of one by one, but they're being like supported, which is cool. Sort of, but they're not always supported. Like, I'm just racking up the pieces, the points. So then I could knight my way out of here. Oh, I can take the queen. Heck yeah. Alright. Give me a queen. Yeah, this is definitely too easy. Like, it's easy because the dots are on. But it's also too easy for the player right now. Like, the player is able to kick some serious butt right now, which is cool, but I've got so many points and I've mostly been a king the entire time. Like, this is too hard. Here's the thing, right? Had I spent like weeks and months on this prototype, going through all of these algorithms, trying to find like a rudimentary strategy for like the game to work. Had I done all that work and it's taken me weeks because I've done it all by hand. If I got to this point in the game and went, oh, no, it's too easy. You may as well just stay a king the whole time. Or like, hey, look how cool this is that I can still, you know, I'm still winning and I don't even need to change pieces. I would be so pissed off. Like, if I got this far into the prototype process by hand and the game just like isn't fun, or it doesn't work properly, or the strategy doesn't, the gameplay just doesn't vibe, doesn't check, like, that's so much work and that's so much like brain power and time lost. This has taken us like less than like a work day to get a really good prototype. And like, it's not the end of the world if this like kind of fails, right? Let me change to a queen. Give me the best chance of survival. And no, there's nothing. I'm dead. Can't do anything. Game over. And that's cool. I like that. I feel like we would have to have some kind of like abilities if we're going like whole hog. Like some abilities later down the line that can sort of protect you for a turn or murder a certain piece or something like that would be kind of interesting. But I like this kind of strategy. I'm not smart enough to know if there's like a limit. This is working fairly well. I think the attacking all good, dude. I'll have copies of it, so I'll do that. Plus, it'll be in their Discord as well. So I'll have a play around with that. But yeah, cheers for that. Thanks for the heads up. I had kind of forgotten about it actually, or figured it like wasn't really going to happen. Because it's only text to speech when he does that, right? Does it come up on screen? Hey, thank you. Sick. Did it screw up the audio?
Yep. Yeah, it's a serious thing. Profession.
Cheers.
Bonuses. Commit to main. Push.
Oh, I feel like we could have.
Sandwiches. Yes.
Huh?
The hot dog itself is a Wellington, though. Singularly, just the hot dog.
Oh yeah, I've heard him talk about that before.
Yeah, important.
Arvic_12 with 500.
What is that? Nasty ANVR. I did a text to speech on Pirate Software.
That's awesome. That's really awesome, actually. I found something out that I actually might be able to use.
That's
so
funny.
I can play
Yeah, it doesn't actually like come up on screen or anything like that. I don't know if like I'll have to check tomorrow and see if it actually like
and I'm not
did any Steam traffic or not. But I feel like everyone's just watching a stream and goes like, oh yeah, whatever.
Yep. Yeah, it's a serious thing.
I'll do another one similar like later and be like, hey, can you check out my Steam page? It's all good. That's probably part of it, yeah. Because I'm yeah, I guess my desktop audio was low too. Yeah. All good. I'll yeah, I'm gonna check that out later. Yeah, true. I mean, there's 13,000 people. It's super cool. And like, people heard it and went like, "Wait, a VR game that's gonna help me exercise? Cool, whatever." But yeah, we'll do something more robust later, and hopefully he'll send it. I just didn't want to be that guy that like sends the link, and then it reads it out on stream, and he has to stop it, and then like then look it up. I thought if I just go, this is the name of my game, it's really cool, that he would just then grab the name of the game and paste it into Steam. Oh well, we learnt a lesson there. But yeah, poor guy. Like, being a prisoner of your own success, it's kind of nuts. And like, I get that, like, and obviously he loves it. Like, you gotta love it. But, oof. Condemning yourself to 13, like, basically 11-hour streams and like working constantly. Crazy. Such like crazy success. And he's been streaming for like 7 years. You're getting a breakdown for Forza Horizon. Is my PC's weird or the game? Jeez. I haven't like played any of the Forza games properly. I've got a wheel because I was doing a bit of VR driving stuff. Yeah, I was mostly doing the rally. And I bought a drift game and I never got around to playing it. I'll have to try and get the drift game working in VR. That'd be sick. I have all these things and I just like haven't done them. So like this stream is also sort of an excuse to do that, right? There's all these games I want to play and finish. All these experiments that I sort of want to run. I've got a VR treadmill that I didn't 100% pay for. So like I'm not money bags or anything. But I've got a VR treadmill. I've got a flight stick. I still haven't finished Star Wars Squadrons. I want to finish the campaign for that. That'll be sick. Oh, weird. The options aren't showing up. Yeah, some games have like weird option menus and stuff. And like sometimes you end up having to jump into like the ini file and change its like initial options. Crazy. What did I tell Claude to do? I can't even remember now. Was like, oh no, here we go. I think it's working fairly well. I think the attacking force needs to needs to protect the, is it called the main attacker? Is that what they called it? Get strategic move. Attacking force. Enemy insorted move. Attacking force. Main attacker. Yeah. Needs to protect the main attacker better. Like, have, for example, only move the for example, having the main attacker move close to the player but still being protected, and or having the what is it called? Attacking force having another attacking force piece. This is working fairly well. I think the attacking force needs to protect the main attacker better. For example, having the main attacker move close to the player but still but moving to a place where it is protected already, and having the rest of the attacking force move
into position to protect it. Hello, Hank the Tank 44. That is a cool name. But moving to a place where it's protected already. Then the rest of the attacking force can move to support and take away, can move to take away more of the player's movement. More of the player's options. What we're doing here is we are telling Claude, we're describing a game to Claude AI here, and it's going to proceed to write all the code for us. Currently, it's like a chess game where you start as one piece, and then every turn, an attacking piece spawns. And then the more and more attacking pieces come in and spawn, you then can earn points by killing them. And then if you've got enough points, you can actually become a different piece. So I can become a rook and I can move down here. And the idea is to sort of like have the white pieces slowly box you in, and you have to try and find ways to escape out of it. Currently, we've got these dots up that just makes it easy for us to test the game. But the idea is you would be doing this cognition yourself in the final game. But currently, it's just a little bit too easy because only one piece is really coming to attack you, and it's quite easy to kind of circumvent until the board fills up completely. So we're asking Claude now for a new strategy. Now saying, let's see what it's going to implement and change the strategy a little bit. Does it agree with me? Yeah, you're right. We can improve the strategy to make the attacking force more coordinated and protective of the main attacker. Let's modify our approach to achieve this. We'll focus on making the main attacker move more cautiously, preferring protected positions. Having the supporting pieces move to control key squares and limit the player's options. Here's how we can update our code. All right, so it's understood the assignment for sure. Now all we have to do is paste in this this code. Oh, here we go. You've been using AI chat for over 4 years. Find someone to know how to create image generator on AI PoChat. Only thing I know is basic coding prompts. So what specifically do you need help with? Is it like Stable Diffusion stuff, or are you just looking for a website where you can make images? Because I've done a little bit of everything. Like Midjourney is a Discord bot that allows you to make images. It costs money though. Night Cafe is a fairly decent website. Just for like if you want to experiment and do quick stuff. Night Cafe is like a fairly good one. You log in, you get certain number of generations per day that you can kind of test out different prompts. And I think if you like answer their emails and things like that, then you can get some more credits that way. That's like obviously the easiest way to do it. Getting it running on your computer, if you've got it like a decent GPU, like a 30 series plus. What is AI PoE chat? PoE? Oh. I've never heard of PoChat before. What is it? Talk to DALL-E, talk to ChatGPT, Cloud4, DALL-E, and millions of others all on Po. Okay, no, I don't know about this.
Are you using this on a phone or something? AI Poe image generation. Poe image generator tool. There you go. Image generator tool. Yeah, I tend to stay away from the AIs that I don't know about. Claude has some image generation stuff, and so does ChatGPT. Usually you have to pay. As I said, I would look into Night Cafe. As I said, it's better if you use websites. I think Night Cafe does a pretty good job. But yeah, I think I've done a little bit of image processing stuff on ChatGPT now that 4.0 is out, or 4.0 is out. So yeah, maybe try that. Yeah, I'd don't like to install random Android apps onto my phone, so. All right, so we're gonna make a new method. First, let's add a method. Copy. So I'm assuming these methods go in the board state, right? Because that's where we were putting them before. Move enemies, move player, draw self. Is move safe. So I'm just gonna put in here. Safe, yep. Return is safe. We're gonna put the next one here. So we're moving that one over. Is position protected? False. Now let's update the get strategic method. But yeah, give Midjourney is really cool as well. Midjourney you can run in Discord, so you could do that on the Discord app. Strategic move. Now let's update the get strategic move. The attacking force piece. Get strategic move. Is this one? Here we go. So we got that. Get key squares. Yep. Get strategic move method. So we're going to paste there. Again, all of this code, did not write it. No idea what it does. I'm only trusting what Claude said it does. What website do you use for what? The Night Cafe one that I showed? Like that's on that website is how you use it. Get strategic move. So that's got all that in there now. Key squares is the key squares. Bam. That's a thing. And then let's use self. So now we've got move enemies. Spawn enemy. Player piece, get valid, path clear, print, reward main. So move is up here. Move enemies. Looks quite long. Okay, move enemies. Turn true. Paste. We're gonna tab that in. Video game. Now you've lost me. Which video game? This one? My video game? Or the chess video game? This is apparently done. Alright, now let's what is it actually done here? The main attacker now prioritizes moves that are both aggressive, closer to the player, and protected by other pieces. But it looks like it's not going to try and attack in one turn now. Supporting pieces focus on controlling key squares around both the player and the main attacker, limiting the player's options. Up to 2 pieces from the attacking force can move each turn, allowing for more coordinated movements. The position is protected method ensures the main attacker prefers safer positions.
The get key squares method identifies important areas of the board for supporting pieces to control. So we're kind of dialing in like kind of that optimum strategy. I'm wondering now, once we've got that in place, and say we run this and it's like way too good. Like that's kind of my intent. If we run this and it's too good, we might then tell it to modify these parameters again, but give it like a 1 in 3 chance or like a 2 in 3 chance or something of it like not being protected. So it still gives you like an opportunity to sort of for it to still give you an opportunity to beat it and to like take pieces and to do it. So let's see how this runs. We have our new strategies. Queen's there. Queen moves right in place and is not protected. Okay. That's interesting. Our horse is here, is protected by the bishop. Going to move to attack the bishop. The horse is actually like in a good spot. Bishop is not protected now. Going to attack the bishop. Horse is protected by the rook. Yep, I could like move diagonally. Rook is protected by the knight. And there's another rook now. But the knight is now no longer protected. This is interesting because like it's still like it's doing stuff. The rook is protected by another rook. And the queen is taking up quite a lot of space right now. Now I'm going to do something just fun. I'm going to turn into a knight. I'm going to move here. Did 2 pieces just move? That's annoying. Two pieces just moved. Okay, well we can isolate that issue as well. Hey, that's working well. I did just notice that when I changed into when the player changed into a knight and moved, that 2 pieces moved after that. Remember that at no point should more than 1 white piece get to move in your turn. Super interesting stuff. I apologize for the oversight. You're absolutely right. While 1 white piece should move per turn, regardless of the player's actions. Let's fix this issue by modifying the move enemies method to ensure that only 1 piece moves per turn. Here's the corrected version. But I want to know what the problem was. The main attacker has a 70% chance of being chosen if it's the attacking force. If the main attacker isn't chosen or isn't in the attacking force, a random piece from the attacking force is selected. Only the selected piece moves only once. Let's also double check the move player method. It's calling move enemies only once. Could we just double check that rather than like doing all of this? We look at the move player. Move player. We go move. Get valid moves. Print after player move. Self print board state. Game continues. Self move enemies. Print and moves. Print board state. If game continues and self-turn is greater than 2, spawn enemy. After spawning enemy, print board state. For enemy in self enemies, row, column, piece, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. There's only game continues equals self move enemy. So there is only one move state. Okay. The player piece type king. After player move. These changes to ensure that only white piece moves per turn regardless of the player's action or piece type. Game should now maintain the correct turn order and movement rules. Alright, well, I'm going to trust it. Got no reason not to. Let's change the move enemy. I am gonna save this though, because this has been really solid. Let's get just Claude running. Paste that and we'll save that. And I'm gonna delete the frickin' thing there because I keep accidentally updating the wrong code and then wonder why it doesn't change. Because I'm an idiot. But yes, this is the plan. Let's copy the move enemies. Find it, move enemies. It's all the way down to turn true. We got a good flow going here. It's like properly working. He says, watch it break. And then move player. So the move player clause. Paste it. Alright, here's gonna work. Works. Queen is there. Queen didn't move towards the player. Did try to stop the player from moving in a direction, maybe? Now it's trying to block the player in a little bit. I'm gonna... Okay. Oh, there's another queen now. That sucks. Find one. Create import code. What? Create import code. What does that mean? So the queen's protecting the queen. Pretty standard stuff. Gonna move there. Queen's still protecting the queen. I mean, that's pretty easy. Queen's there. Queen is now not protected. But it's constantly trying to like grab the player. So I've taken the queen. New queen's in. I'm confused by what I'm seeing. Queen is here. I can't move. Why can't I move here? Or here? Or here? What's going on here? It's broken something. All these squares. These squares are fine. This square's fine. This square's fine. This square's fine. I can move here. There we go. It's broken. There seems to be an error. Is that my fault? Did I do something? everything looks fine. Apologize for the oversight. The error is occurring because one of the enemy positions in self.enemies not correspond to a piece on the piece on the board. Let's modify the update attacking force method to handle this situation. Here's an updated version. The updated method does the following. It filters out any invalid enemy positions from self.enemies. It ensures that we're only working with any positions that actually have pieces on the board. The rest of the method remains the same. Now working with cleaned up list of enemies. Also add a similar check in the move enemies method. Good thing I saved. This sounds like we might begin to start with like a glitchy death spiral of concatenating glitches. Update attacking force. That's what we want to go to. I might call it very soon, folks. It's been fun. If this errors out again, then we're gonna go back to the previous method and probably start a new Claude conversation next time we do this. Probably be tomorrow. Move enemies. You gotta also do that. Spawn enemy. Get valid moves. This path clear. Move enemies. Move player. Draw. Is move safe? Move enemies is here. I love these drums. Oh, okay. So we're not doing a whole... So we've got move enemies. Check for immediate captures. There we go. We've got def move. Filter out any enemy position. Check for immediate captures first. That all looks the same, right? Is that the same? Continue. Valid move. Self. Row call. Capture the player. Update attacking force. And then the rest is the same. The same code, right? Turn false. Self. Oh no, it is different. Alright. We're keeping that. Moves. Alright, let's see if we get any glitches. Keep the rest of the method the same. Yeah, I kind of have a feeling like Claude might be just getting a bit old. Yeah, it's still glitching out. Alright, that's it. We're going to revert back to Chess Claude. First, let's run Chess Claude. God, I hope this actually like works. Python chess claude.py. Alright. This one That's a very small dot, that one. Not what the small dot is for. Wait, wasn't there like a last move? Game over. But at least this one still works. Feedback later. Check out app. See, I can create image generation on there. Thank you. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Yeah, as I said, check out. I think Night Cafe is probably the best one. You can make pretty cool images on there. There's probably an app as well, right? Or is the dot just smaller when there's an actual piece there? I don't even know what the behavior is anymore. They tried to protect the rook, but they couldn't. They can only protect themselves. They are protecting themselves. There's a lot of bishops. Yeah, so let's take some quick notes before I end, because this one's working great. The first, I will take the Claude. I'm gonna double click on Claude. I'm gonna take the Claude code, put it back into chess 1, save it. We're gonna start a new chat next time. And let's add some things in here. So let's in the chess thing, let's Claude's notes. We've finished, fixed both of those problems. Those were some like ideas. Fix piece balance. Not too many of the same pieces. Cap number of pieces. Cap number of pieces on the board. Strategies are starting to get quite good. I was going to ask it to do something. I can't remember. Okay, well, I think that's good enough for now. I think that's pretty good. This is coming along. Like this is definitely worth something. Like it's worth investigating further. I'm wondering if like expanding the board or just limiting the number of pieces, having the pawns moving up and down. Maybe we will spawn them in the middle of the board, like along the bottom of the board, and have them just move upwards. That could be fun. Let's write that down. Maybe having the pawns move down the board from the top anywhere along, like rain. Maybe even once per move. Maybe, we'll see. And then maybe a double move unlock. So there's lots of power-ups and ideas that we can kind of come up with that shouldn't change the chess formula too much. That will make this kind of fun. But I do like the idea of just like getting to change pieces. Take out anything that's not protected when it's near you. And then being able to sort of, but I mean, yeah, it's doing a pretty poor job of protecting. Like they're basically just feeding me. Like depends on what pieces spawn, I guess, but they shouldn't move next to the player if they're not protected, so I'll have to work on that a bit. But it's just super fun. Thanks everyone for coming to hang out. It's been really cool. And yeah, might do a little bit more of this. I might do some more of it offline. We'll see. But maybe yeah, we'll do some image generation next. Maybe we'll do some AI music. Maybe a bit of both. And yeah, I got to finish Prince of Persia. And yeah, play some more games. I want to do some more VR stuff. So yeah, lots of stuff coming up. Let's get that affiliate so we can do this even more. Heck yeah. Cheers, guys.